Damn it. Hello. Oh, and we are live. Hello, everybody. And by everybody, I mean the two people watching. So tonight we're gonna have Ed DeCruz and Brian Bellwood on in a little bit. They're both very into strict curl. So we're gonna talk to them about how strict curl gives an advantage or disadvantage to training for arm wrestling. So they'll be on a little bit later. Another cool thing you may have seen, 98 is going to be an Arnold's qualifier, 2 tournaments a year. So our first tournament is going to be September 7th. The 98 September skirmish is going to be an Arnold's qualifier. And then also we're going to have an Arnold's qualifier at Winter Blast. So Winter Blast will be an Arnold's qualifier for 2026, since the Arnold's is in the beginning of March and Winter Blast is at the end of March. So the skirmish will be for 2025 and Winter Blast will be for 2026. And then we'll probably have another one in 2025 for 2026 at some point. But huge shout out to Knuckles Up. What they're doing with the Arnold's is great. So they're bringing back left arm. So now it'll be right arm and left arm. They're doing all kinds of huge promoting for lots of people, because now other promotions now have a chance to become a qualifier for the Arnold's. And bringing the Arnold's back is awesome, because they were going to remove arm wrestling from the Arnold's and now it's back. So that's pretty cool. So keep an eye out for that. We actually have a tournament, 4 tournaments coming up. We have one in August, the Sean Latimer New Jersey State Championships. Then we have September. We have the skirmish, Arnold Classic qualifier, and then we have one in October, one in November. Then we'll probably chill out till Winter Blast, but we might have like a big seminar. We might have a few big things like that. We have some fundraisers. We have some big practices planned, things like that. So we'll see. But Dave Shell's running behind tonight. He's going to try to get on if he can. Ed DeCruz and Brian will be on shortly. So we'll see. We'll see what happens tonight. But yeah. How's everybody doing? What do we got in here? We got Meta. We got Andrew Wood. We have the Drew. We have Tall Paul. What's up, guys? How's it going? last week was crazy. We had some random people come on. A couple dads came on. It was pretty interesting. Yeah. So what are you guys up to? Oh, here's Andrew Wood. Andrew Wood jumping on.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Hey, buddy.
I'm gonna fill in a chair for you until this the cool guys show up.
Andrew Wood jumping on. Well, thanks, pal. Yeah, I know Dave's running behind. He was trying to connect and he was having connection troubles because he's out at a tournament somewhere, probably in a hotel or something.
Did you catch you happen to catch Corey Miller's live stream?
I did not.
He was talking about the logic he's programmed for his statistics for arm wrestling. And
Nice.
and he was talking about how it's technically an opinion, but he can add in modifiers for like leverage, length, and stuff like that into the calculations.
Wow.
And he says it's fairly accurate, but it's still he says it's an opinion. He's all computer programmer.
Yeah,
but
that's pretty cool.
It's
Sue
like
Fisher in the house. Hi, Sue.
It's like a freaking comic book, man. The way
that's pretty neat.
The analytics.
Same with he'll be able to do like if you type in Guy Allen in the house. What's up, man? If you type in like a state, you'll be able to see the rankings in that state by state.
Yeah, they were kind of vague on that point where they didn't want it to be by state. They wanted the rankings to be linear by what your stats are.
Yeah.
But then
he just was saying there's the option that they could do it so that if you put in like filters like by state or maybe even by tournament, but they'd have to go back and probably edit stuff and put what tournament every single thing was from.
Yeah.
Steve Shoemaker in the house. What's up, bud?
They were talking about making polar profiles, and then they said that would create a whole new system that they would have to install if they went that in depth, because
that's a lot of work.
Basically, they have all of the raw data. It's just like, how do they want to implement it? Because they have the capacity to do some really intimate things and take all of the random out of it.
The cool thing is, I was talking to Corey. Like, he swears by this. Like, if you look at the rankings and someone has a higher score than someone else, and they've both been in the system for quite a while to let it, do its thing to average out, you can pretty much bet on the guy with the higher score, and he's most likely going to win.
Yeah.
And he said it's pretty damn accurate.
It's pretty upsetting when you think about it, man, because it's because he was talking about expanding the depth to where this guy's good at hooking, this guy's good at top rolling, and putting in all of those algorithms so that you could be you could literally calculate your style versus someone else's.
Wow, that's crazy. I personally don't think they should go that far.
Well,
I like where it's at.
What did you think statistics were, man? I mean, if you're going to volunteer your information like that, they might as well analyze it completely.
I think it's cool if they keep track of that data, but I don't know if it's necessary to implement it. Here we go. Brian Bellwood coming on.
What's up, Jeff?
What's up, man?
How's it going?
Dude, you look like you curl a lot of weight.
I curl a little. I curl a bit.
Ed's going to be on in a minute, too.
Nice.
Thanks for coming on tonight.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Hey, no problem, man. Part of the reason I wanted to have you guys on is because there are quite a few arm wrestlers that strict curl now. And, I was wondering your thoughts on, does it help you with arm wrestling, or do you think it doesn't?
It's a good question. I think I would be better equipped to answer it if I was more active in arm wrestling. But here's what I would say. If you're a novice or an arm wrestler who hasn't arm wrestled a lot or lacks the basic fundamentals, and you just strict curl and use that as a gauge to translate into arm wrestling strength, I would say no, it would not help you. I think at a certain level, when you have the fundamentals rise, pronation, you've built the hand strength, you've built the tendon strength over the years. I think anything that increases strength in the forearms, your grip, or your bicep is going to translate in one way or the other. Will it make you an elite arm wrestler if you're just strict curling? Probably not. Will it help you in some aspects of the table? Sure. I would say I think for sure it would.
So how'd you get into strict curling?
Yeah. I've always been a big curler. I've always curled a lot of weight. So, I trained with John Bailey and group like years back, and we'd arm wrestle for 2-3 hours nonstop, and then afterward I would pick up 100-pound dumbbell and concentration curl it for 5-6 reps at like 160 pounds. I was doing 140-pound preacher curls at like 165 body weight years back, and just always good at curls. So I tried my first competition like years back. I'd never done it in competition, right? And I think it was actually Uncle John did like a strict bicep curl challenge, and I did that. And then during the coronavirus, there was a Corona curl comp on Facebook, and I tied with RVJ at the time, but I weighed like 180, right? I was like lighter. And then I just started training for it, and now I'm a lot better curler than I was back then. So the rest is history.
You hold some records, right?
Yeah.
What do you got?
I hold the raw 100% drug-free world record at 220-pound body weight with a 207.23-pound strict curl.
Oh my goodness, that's crazy. You
Yeah.
keep going, you might be able to curl me.
Soon, man. I want to, my goal is to get to that like 210 to 220 range, but
Yeah.
any pound over, especially when you get above 200, it feels like a hog, man. Like there's some days where I might grab onto it and be like, shit, it's not going up, but
right.
It's fun. I have a good time with it.
That's awesome. Now, how do you train? What do you do to train for that? Like, do you train multiple times a week, or like, do you have a regular routine you do on top of that, or?
I train a couple times a week. I got a setup in my garage that kind of emulates the platform. I do a lot of strict curling to be better. Same with arm wrestling. You get better at arm wrestling through arm wrestling, right?
Yep.
I do a lot of power curl, like explosive training. I don't post a lot of videos because I would get the form police like making fun of it, but obviously I can curl strict too. So just kind of heavy curls with a lot of swing, just trying to see how much I can max and lift up on that. And then a lot of static work, like one arm curl bar, like static holds, just load it up until like the bicep gives out to get to really maximize power in that sticking point. I think that would be one of the accessory lifts that I think would translate well. Dennis Siplenkoff used to do that a lot with kind of the one arm barbell stuff. Yeah, it's a fun accessory lift. Ed,
what's up, Ed?
What's up, guys?
You got some echo in your background or something.
What's up, guys? Sorry.
All right. What's going on, man?
Not much, man. So what's going on with you guys?
Just talking to Brian about strict curl. How about you? How do you think strict curl helps or hinders you in arm wrestling?
I think it can go both ways, to be honest. I think, like Brian says, like anything that's going to increase strength is still going to help. Like it's still going to help with your overall body strength. But the thing with strict curl, you're usually in a very supinated position.
Yeah.
So I would say that can translate to some bad mechanics on the table, being in like a defensive supinated position. But I would say the caveat is that I've noticed that I'm a little bit stronger in a sticky defensive position on my bicep because strict curls help that. So it's kind of like caveat. So it can help, but again, strict curl, you're in a supinated position. If the curl bar was like in Russia, the super curl bar, right? Brian, like a more pronated hammer grip, that would translate better to the table. But
yeah, cool, man. How about you?
Ed's been beasting it up too.
Yeah,
Ed
how'd you
is
get
very
into
impressive.
strict curl? Did Brian recruit you?
I mean, I seen strict curl on like social media here and there, but it's like arm wrestling. Like I didn't know enough about it or whatever. And then when I met Brian at an arm wrestling practice, Like he was telling me about it a little bit, and then eventually we followed each other on Instagram. And then I was looking at his posts, and I would see Brian at the strict curl competition. I'm like, yeah, what the fuck is this? And then like I got interested, so I started hitting Brian up. And I was like, how do I get started? You know, give me some tips or whatever. Who do I compete for? And then I found a competition like 2 weeks out in Jersey, and I just trained for it with a regular easy bar. And my first competition, I broke the Pennsylvania record in my weight class.
That's awesome.
So I was like, all right.
You guys both hold records, huh?
I'm sorry?
Tell us about some of your records that you've broken.
Right now I have the PA record in the 181 class. I have 2 national title wins. I took 3rd at Raw Worlds in November. I took 3rd at the recent Arnold's. And I recently competed at 165. And I'm now like top 4 or 5 in the world in 165 class.
Wow.
For Raw.
That's awesome.
So yeah, pretty cool.
That's awesome, man.
Can't complain. It's going pretty well so far. Yeah. So I'm liking it.
Do you have the best beard in the business?
I got one of the best beards for sure. There's some other good ones out there.
That's cool, man. So I know Austin Jennings talks a lot about like Brian being his mentor and stuff like that. We were trying to get him on here. I don't know if he responded to Dave or not, but we were going to try to get him on here. Henny strict curls too, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
That's cool.
And he's strong for his body weight too.
Yeah, and
he's a little guy, huh? He's light.
Yeah, he's like 155, I think, or something like that.
Yeah, he used to. He competed in one. He made 143 years back at a American Challenge. He was actually, the weigh-ins were at like 8. He was in the parking lot at 6 with a sauna suit. Made weight, took like a 30-minute nap, and then broke like the national record during competition. Like it was like one of the craziest things I've seen. But yeah, super strong.
Hi.
Go ahead and say hi.
Hi.
Okay, now say good night. All right, go to bed. Sorry about that. But yeah, well, that's cool. I know I heard Henny's not throwing his tournament this year, or he was thinking about not throwing it.
Yeah, do you know anything about that, Brian?
I don't. I gave him a call the other day, but we couldn't connect. But I got to connect with him because we usually we hold that annually. But I know with like planning and other stuff kind of going on, I might just have to move it a few months. But we'll try to coordinate it. So if he does have it, or if we work together on it, that it doesn't conflict with any other tournaments, and hopefully put on another good event.
I know.
I like that spot too. That's a cool spot. I told him if you guys don't use it, I'm going to steal it.
He was disappointed last year though, because like not a lot of people showed up. A lot of people that had the super matches that like
bailed. Yeah,
they bailed, so he didn't like that and stuff. And they spent a lot of money on trophies. I was like,
well, you know what we say to those guys? Fuck those guys.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard because there's so many tournaments out there, dude. Like this, like June and July, there's like a tournament every weekend. So I'm like, we can't even throw one in June or July, or we're gonna look like assholes. So we decided to skip ahead to August, September, November, and October.
When's the Sean Latimer, New Jersey State?
August 10th.
Oh, okay, I'll be there.
I didn't put it out there yet because we're waiting for the venue to confirm, but it's probably going to be at PJ Wheelahands in Cherry Hill.
Oh, nice.
They have that huge stage out back in that big venue area. So
that's awesome.
That's probably where it's going to be.
But definitely August 10th. It's
August 10th, yeah.
All right.
If it's not there, it'll probably be somewhere else.
Okay.
But yeah. So that's going to be fun. Latimer's excited.
Yeah, that's going to be cool.
Yeah.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Hey,
Dave. Hi, Dave Shell. Jesus. Welcome.
What's up?
Yeah, if I could, this is going to be kind of strange. I just left the venue for the Dogfight 7 tomorrow. We had, dinner together, a number of us. And, of course, I was trying to get on the phone to join you. And the stupid thing is saying you have to join by way of Facebook or YouTube and won't let me do either on the phone because it tells me that my passwords are all screwed. So actually what is kind of going on here, I have my laptop sitting on the seat next to me as I drive down US 30 through Western Pennsylvania back to my motel. So if it seems kind of weird, at least I can join you this way. But and if it gets if the road noises get too gross, I'll just cut my sound.
All right. Thanks, Dave. Thanks for being here.
So, weird.
Brian, did you see that comment?
Yeah, I was gonna. So I've heard that Steve Black. I don't know which Steve, but hey, I saw your comment earlier. I don't know if it's Black or a different. I've seen that before. I've never seen a video of it, but I've heard that it exists. My understanding is CT Fletcher within the U.S. holds the strict curl world record at 225-pound curl. I've heard it Doug's curl, but I don't think there's any evidence to support it.
You said it's no longer recognized because it was with a barbell instead and not a curl bar or something.
Let me see a video. Show me a
Yeah,
video.
I would love to see. I know exactly. I want to see a video because that would be impressive. A fucking straight barbell to 65. But even the 225 that CT does, like it's pretty much a straight bar almost.
Yeah.
In the
I do that
middle,
with
the middle grip is at least.
I use 200-pound dumbbells just to warm up.
And Russia, they got the easiest bar. It's fucking the super curl bar. So it's
The hammer.
So you're like parallel.
you're like that exactly.
Yeah.
And they're
Yeah.
juiced to the gill. So of course the numbers are gonna be fucking up like crazy.
Yeah. Wow.
Give me some trend. I bet I'd do like 230. Maybe.
No.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Close to it. I don't know. But
there is strict curling for guys that do juice up, or
Oh, dude.
Like,
even
you guys are in an organization that's completely natty, right?
But the problem is that you still have guys that take juice and test the federations because they might not get selected for the piss test or whatever. So they might get lucky.
Yeah.
But then if they get but then some of them get popped for it.
Yeah.
So,
That sucks though, because you know some get through.
you know what sucks? When I went to Raw 100% Raw Worlds in November at Virginia Beach, the guy I took third to, he took second, he popped for steroids. So
Oh, wow.
technically I should have fucking took second at Raw Worlds. I was like, you bastard. I was like, what the fuck?
That sucks. Yeah, I guess you're always going to have that until they test everyone, which they'll never do.
they're expensive, man. Tests are expensive, So like,
yeah, you can't.
It's not feasible, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, that does kind of suck.
The last competition me and Brian were at, it was a coin toss between me and him who was going to take the piss test.
Yeah. I was the lucky one.
Yeah.
Oh, they picked you?
Yeah,
test?
he hit a world record that day. So we're like, yeah, we're definitely testing this fucking guy.
Yeah, that's funny. But yeah, I guess that's same with arm wrestling. You're always gonna have those guys that are natty and some that aren't natty. But it's impressive that you guys hold records being natty in a competition where some guys can sneak through juicing. That's good.
Mama fed me right.
Yeah.
Wholesale says he strict curl 200 pounds. That was his lifetime PR, but he was like 300 pounds of body weight at the time.
Yeah, it's still really good though.
Yeah, it's still super, super impressive.
It's very good.
200, like honestly speaking, I think there are probably only about 15 to 25 people probably in the world natural that can strict curl 200 or more. And that's not an exaggeration, but like that's about right.
That's cool.
Yeah.
So what do you guys got coming up? Any competitions you're going to go to for strict curl or arm wrestling? Either one?
Brian.
I want to get back into arm wrestling. Like I don't know. I say the same thing for a while. I see all these new, see some of the people pulling now, and I just, I've been pulling for a while. I haven't been very active, but everyone's just so strong. And
you know what you're reminding me right now, Brian? You're reminding me of Mike Gower. This guy's so strong, and he's like, I don't know, dude. Like other guys, I'm like, bro.
Or Gower shows up to practice, and he's like, oh, dude, my wrist hurts and my elbow. And then he beats everyone, and I'm like, yeah, fucker.
Brian is still strong as fuck. He should just get back into it.
Yeah,
bro. You'll be just fine,
practice.
bro.
What practice were you going to when you were active?
So years back, I trained with Jim Bryan. Years
okay,
back,
yeah.
rest in peace, Jim. Yeah, I trained with Jim, and Sean used to be there. Josh Vinacore.
Yep.
Josh used to like bust my wrist back like it was a pretzel back, and he really got me motivated to, build up that wrist. Then I trained, at my place with a Polish guy, Darius Wisniewski, and I trained a bit with Philip Siko-Hitz. You guys have probably seen him on Arm Wars. He used to live, he used to be my neighbor when we lived in Garfield.
Wow.
And then I trained with my buddy Joe Pulio. We ran a practice out of a gym for a while. Tim Lewis, Joe Yarose used to come at times. Like, it was a pretty cool practice. And then I had kids, and then priorities shifted a little bit. And yeah.
Schubert said you had a lot of fun at the Knuckles Up too after pull.
I did, man. I had so much fun. For me, it's a balance between like pulling and strict. I'm so like, I'm so into strict curl that like for me it's tough to. I don't know how you do it, Ed, how you do both. Like, I feel like to be at the top, it's like one or, but I know there's people that can do both. So
it is. I mean, one has to give a little bit for sure.
Have you ever like injured yourself, Ed, or something like in arm wrestling, and then it affected your strict curl?
Yeah, I mean, I could, yeah. Like, I could go to a strict curl comp and then arm wrestle afterwards, but I couldn't do it reverse. I couldn't arm wrestle and then do strict curl. I'll be fucked for strict curl.
Yeah. That makes sense.
But
yeah, I pulled a lot of guys at that after pull event. It was a lot of fun, but my endurance sucks. I'm good for like 30 minutes, and then after that, who would be a good opponent for Bellwood's comeback super match? Ooh,
that's great.
You're close to high five, right, Brian?
I'm close. Yeah.
So that could be your.
That's a good practice.
That'd be
their practices. They have a lot of guys go to their practice. Pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
Who do you think, Ed? Who would be a good comeback super match?
Where it's like what, 210 class, 210 weight cap around there, 210
ish. Yeah.
Oh my God. I mean, what you said the other day was I mean, that's a decent. I can see John Brownell versus Bellwood for sure.
Yeah.
As a for
a comeback,
just coming back in, going against John, and John's been on the up. That'd be
strong.
I'm sure John would do it.
Yeah, he's got a good arm, good bicep, like a hook to hook fucking power. That'd be interesting.
John strong. Yeah, that would be fun. Funny, I met John on the way to the 2023 Arnold's. He was behind me in the line onto an airplane. He's like, dude, do you arm wrestle? I'm like, yeah. He's like, I do too. Do you know, like, I think we were talking about, Sean Latimer? I was like, yeah, I do. And then we like started talking, and then we ended up pulling with him at the after pulls at like Henny's event, like I think a couple years back. Yeah, but yeah, he's strong.
Oh yeah, he was at Henny's last event. Yeah, he was there last year.
Yes.
Yeah, John's super strong. That'd be fine. I know he's gotten a hell of a lot better since then, and that could go either way. I don't know. He could blow through me. Maybe I give him a match. I don't know.
Yeah. Trust me, I know it'd be a good match. Brian's strong. You would do well. It would be a good match.
Well, we're planning like just a challenge match event where, like the one we did in Allentown. We're gonna do something like that, where we're just gonna set up some matches for fun and just get together. And so maybe that'd be a good one for that.
That'd be sick.
What's the date?
I don't know yet. We didn't plan it yet.
Not planned yet.
We'll get on it. Wait, what date works for you, Brian?
Don't plan around me. You guys are way more important than I am. I just have to coordinate it with the wife and kids. So I don't know. When you guys know, as long as I can prepare ahead of time and maybe adjust some of my training so it doesn't impact any of the other events.
Yeah,
I'd be game to either take a whooping or maybe give John a good match. So
yeah, we'll be planning.
If he's up for it. I mean, if he's up for it.
Nice.
Just let me know when you're coming to practice, Brian. And after you run out of gas in 5 minutes, and everybody normal strength people will like to beat me up.
Yeah, well, that's about it. After 5 to 20 minutes, I die down pretty quickly. I think John may be pulling.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that guy's strong too. I've seen some of Aiden's videos that he's got that like press in where it's just like, damn.
I
Yeah,
call
he keeps
him
improving.
yeah. I call him the hammer. That's what he is, dude. Just fucking.
Yeah, he's super impressive, super strong.
Over the last couple of years, he's improved a lot. Like
Yeah,
like,
and he's been killing a
noticeably.
lot. Yeah, and he's
Yeah.
been killing a lot of people with that fucking shoulder roll press. It's crazy. That
The guys that have that move down good are really tough to stop.
Oh my god. Like John.
You got to set up just right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah, that's a tough move if they got that down and it's their go-to move. It's hard to pull them out of that sometimes.
It's so much elbow integrity too. Oh my god.
I know. I don't even try like pressing or anything like that because I'm like, if I'm gonna break my arm, I think that's when it's gonna happen. You know, like I'm like, nah, I'll just stay away from that.
I've been doing it my right. Like my right, I've been able to kind of like shoulder roll and like but not with my left. My left not so much. But my right, I've been incorporating the shoulder roll here and there.
I always feel like I can't get behind my arm enough.
Right.
I mean, maybe that'll change in the future if I get stronger, but right now I feel like I can't get behind it enough to try to commit to that move.
Yeah, I mean, I was watching like when you hook, when you hook, are you like a drag hooker?
Yeah.
Like, you're not like right. Me too.
Yeah.
I was watching this one old school like Russian YouTube channel, and this guy, the way he was hooking, he was all like boom, boom, boom. Like it's all about having that shoulder commitment in the forward. You know, coming forward so you stay tight. We're used to just dragging, but sometimes you get opened up and you're like, fuck. Yeah. You know? You drag. I don't know. I think we got to start learning this fucking.
I can't do anything right now with this shoulder. I just had shoulder surgery.
Yeah, dude.
2 weeks ago. Going all right. I mean, every day it's a little bit better. The first couple of weeks were not fun, dude. It's a painful surgery for sure. But slowly coming around, and I start PT next week, so we'll see.
Speedy recovery, man.
Yeah,
hope you feel better soon.
Absolutely.
The trick was to just not wear the arm brace that they put you in. I just stopped. Like after the second day, I was like, screw this, and I just didn't wear it. And I feel like that made me recover quicker. I feel because just sitting there like in the brace for 4 weeks, I feel like would have killed.
Locked in.
Yeah, and I just didn't wear it. Plain and simple. I didn't tell the doctor that, but you know, if I'm sitting somewhere, I just prop it up on a pillow and I ice it and stuff. But it makes me use it slightly more than if it's in the brace. So I feel like that helped over time.
Like a minor after recovering away. Yeah. I just
like now I can move it around. Like I can move my arm around from the elbow. So those little movements, like I can still feel it in my shoulder, but they're small movements where I'm not going putting my arm straight up.
Right.
I can't yet, but you know, it's slowly coming along. I recommend don't hurt your shoulder.
Oh God, dude.
Don't get a shoulder surgery if you can avoid it.
Yeah, one good thing that came out of it was that Ryan confirmed that I had made the correct decision by not getting shoulder surgery.
Yes, yeah, no kidding.
I hear they're a bitch, man. Once you get it, it's not the same.
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to tell right now. It's hard to tell right now. Like I won't really know till I start moving it around, you know. But it's hard to tell how it, like if I'm going to have full range of motion or not. But I'll find out in a couple weeks. So we'll see. Steve Shoemaker. Ryan's hook is weak. Thanks for pointing out the obvious. Chewy. But yeah, I mean, it's not arm wrestling related. Like I heard it at work. I fell and I put my arm up to stop the fall.
Yeah.
Like I stepped off like a drop off. And so, you know, you step and there's no step there. You know what I mean? And I just fell forward and I put my arm up to stop myself and I just felt it like, oh, that's not good. So I had 3 tears. One was a full tear and then 2 partial tears. But they fixed it, so we'll see what happens. Maybe I can actually train because my shoulder's been hurt for a while. Like
Absolutely
I heard it in arm wrestling way back, and I wasn't even fully healed from that one when this one happened. So I've never really had a chance to like really use my shoulders. So we'll see.
This is like the Michael Todd story. Like you know, when you recover, you'll come back stronger.
Come back stronger, yeah.
I hope so. Maybe then I won't be the worst arm wrestler in the world.
I love that video. You got all the bands and you're pulling with it. That's a classic.
Yeah, I got to do something like that again. More bands. So, how often, like arm wrestling, like a lot of people won't do anything like 2 weeks out from a tournament or 1 week out. Like, is there a time where you guys stop training before a strict curl competition?
Yeah, so I'm big on, my theory is, and people will disagree with me on this, but I don't do anything for a good week before competition. And the reason being, I think, to perform at the highest level, right, everything needs to fire. You don't want any inflammation anywhere.
Yeah.
So even if you're lifting a couple of days beforehand or anything like that, you're still recovering, right? I want to be fully rested. My ritual is I do cryotherapy every single day up until like a couple of days leading to before the event, just to rid myself of any inflammation. And then I try to really carb load a couple of days beforehand, so I'm not like, just make sure that my body is burning the right fuel.
Yeah.
And then morning of, I have my own ritual of like food and stuff. But yeah, it's like a full week for me.
Wow.
Some people do their own thing, right? They have their own method, to each their own, I think. But that's what's worked well for me in the past.
Stephanie Spencer's here. What's up?
How are you guys doing?
Stephanie,
also
you
strict curl champ.
Strict curl too, right?
Yep.
So what's your record? What's your
105.
PR? 105?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, it's good.
The last competition
super
at
strong.
CT Fletcher's, I went from 100 to I tried 110 and I didn't get it.
And that's wide grip on an OBZ bar, I think, right?
Is that what you saw me do?
I think so. I've seen your videos. I think it's the on the OBZ 55, like wide grip, which is super impressive. Yeah.
Well, I mostly do the strength training, and then I add power curls, and of course I have Dave Depew, who's one of the best, to help me with anything I need. Every kind of a curl bar we have at the gym, and we have the rack there. So it's like we're really spoiled here in San Diego. And like when you guys were talking about
Dave's getting pulled over.
I don't know. I did Iron Wars. I competed in Iron Wars. I did the bench for reps, max bench, and then max deadlift. And then the very next day I did strict curl. And as soon as I was done with the strict curl, I walked right over to arm wrestling and pulled in the tournament.
Oh, wow.
And I did something to my pec, probably because I just did too much. And I didn't notice it till a few days later. And it was just a strain, not a tear, but it was definitely a fun weekend. So it was like the day before Iron Wars, the very next day, strict curl and arm wrestling back to back. Super fun. I would do it again. What a great feeling. But the kind of the bummer, sometimes you want to walk around the Fit Expo, or I don't know, get a free sample, or walk by the lines of people waiting in line to take a photo with an athlete, or anything like that. But when you're competing, it's all about the competition. And before you know it, it's all over with.
Shubert said you abuse your body now just as much as you did back in the day.
Oh my God. I know. I just posted a video of me carrying this. I don't even know how to say it. It looks like a coffin, like some strongman stone thing. And some guy went on there and was like, why are you choosing to abuse your body this way? And it's like, everything is abusing.
Yeah. Right.
All abuse.
How about you, Ed? Ed, do you stop a certain amount of time before a competition for strict curl?
For strict curl, yeah, I'll probably stop any type of bicep shit a week out, but I'll probably still do some bodybuilding type training, but very light, like not even to the burn, just a pump type shit till about Wednesday. And then Thursday, Friday, I don't do shit.
Yeah.
And as far as recovery stuff, like cryo or like salt baths, I'm kind of lazy when it comes to recovery shit. So like, I don't know. I never had the need to have like take serious recovery, so I just I just recover through, I don't know, sleep, hot shower, massage work, and that's
Yeah.
it. Fuck it.
Oh, the other Paul in the house says, "What's up, 98 crew?"
Who is the
Oh,
other
no.
Paul? Who is that? Is that
He's the other Paul in.
It's like fake account?
No, his name's Paul Lynn, but Lynn spelled differently.
Oh, so he's really Paul Lynn. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was one of those, like, you know, Paul Italia cigar or something.
No. No.
I've been
Well, that's
paying
cool.
attention to YouTube and trying to build my channel by putting little shorts and stuff on it.
What's your channel? Go ahead, plug it away.
I don't know. It just said, I think it's just Stephanie Spencer.
Okay.
Look and see. I've had it for like 15 years. Has
Do
so many
you-
random things on it.
Do you stop before a competition, like training biceps, and take a break before you compete?
Me?
Yeah.
I was just telling the story how I did Iron Wars the night before I was doing strict curl. And you know,
I mean, typically, like when you
Oh.
know a competition's coming, do you take it easy a few days before the competition?
Well, in powerlifting, you're supposed to have like a week of deload where you don't do anything, but there's really light lifts you do for blood flow.
Yeah, that's weird.
And I've been doing so many different things that sometimes I'll just keep going. Like for arm, I've only one time ever did I deload for arm wrestling, and I don't even know why I did that. Maybe I was trying to get an excuse to get out of lifting that week. I'm just always at the gym, and I would always have a powerlifting program, so I'd always kind of try to work that around whatever I was doing. So the answer is probably not really.
Yeah.
I really only deloaded for powerlifting.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I'm the same way. I feel like arm wrestling, I need a week of just not doing shit.
Yeah.
Like just to refresh for arm wrestling. But like powerlifting stuff or bodybuilder, strongman, strict curl, like I like doing like a very light, just after recovery deload week, and then maybe take 2 days off just beforehand, before the meet.
It is crazy when you take some time off from arm wrestling and you come back and you realize, like, oh my God, like I'm healthy.
Bro.
Like, you could feel the difference.
No way.
Yeah.
I took time off and I feel so weak. I get back on the
Really?
table. I'm like, I don't feel
Really?
so-
I don't. I'm the opposite. I feel so fresh and so fucking strong.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah, I feel like there's a big difference.
Not fair.
But you can't take too long off because you're right. Like then you
Yeah.
kind of feel weak. Your table time IQ is off.
Yeah.
That's how I feel. Like when I get back, like my bicep, my lock is still good, but you know, my hand, my wrist, my finger
Your hand and
pressure,
wrist
like
is still strong. Dude. I felt your fucking hand and wrist. Your hand and your table IQ will pick up within a couple weeks.
yeah.
Because you know how to arm wrestle. Oh, you'll pick it up fast. You're not a newbie.
There's Stephanie's channel. It's Betty Pretty Princess,
Right.
not Stephanie Spencer.
Betty Pretty Princess is my email. That's how maybe that's why.
Yeah, so it made that your YouTube
And-
channel.
And it's also my part of my Instagram.
Gotcha.
So these two guys are both strict curls. You guys both do strict curl.
Yep.
Yep.
How come I haven't seen you in a competition anywhere? Have you not been to CTs or no?
I'm in East Coast. Yeah, I'd like to eventually. I've got the OBZ 55. I did an ISCA meet, ISCA East Coast meet a while back, but I've never been to CT's gym. Met CT at the Arnold
Cool.
this past year. It was pretty cool, but I know his gym, like the experience. I've heard it's quite the experience to curl.
Oh
in
my
the
God,
Iron
you
Head's
have
gym.
to come for Iron Wars. It's like nothing else. Like you would like it's like nothing else. Really, I just
That
have to
does
say.
sound badass. To be honest.
But I do think that the last one I did because I curled 100. I think I qualified for the Arnolds, and I know that Camille is going, and I'm planning on being her roommate, and we're gonna go and kick some butt.
Yeah,
But-
he's super strong too.
I
Sorry,
feel
at the
like I
yeah.
have a way to catch up to her, and maybe over a year ago, maybe it was longer than that. I got a curl program from Brandon Allen, and as I started mixing it in with my powerlifting, my elbows hurt so bad I just had to stop. And then I got some help from Leroy, and then I was I did way too much. Like I was doing those overloads, and I did something to my bicep to where I had to just back away. And I realized that if I wanted to just focus completely on strict curl, that me and Camille are going to be racing to the top with TFAB.
Yeah.
But I'm just that much far behind, and I'm doing so many other things. And those girls are really focusing on the strict curl, and
Yeah.
I also weigh more than them. So if they do if we lifted the same and I'm heavier than them, then I'm not even going to get third place.
Right.
You know what I
Right.
mean? But
Cool.
at first I thought, well, wouldn't it be great to get a world record? Like, what if I just skipped doing everything and I only did strict curl so I could get the world? Like, once you get the world record, then you can always say you had it, even if someone else took it. Like, hey, at one time I had the world record for this.
Brian and Ed have some records that they hold.
Well, I think I have a master's record, but that's not the same as like what TFAB and Camille are doing, because they're really out there putting in the work and getting the top numbers. You know what I mean? Like I'm like 15 pounds behind them, which is a lot.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna come back, guys. I'm gonna go have lunch because it's gonna be a long night, and I hope you guys are on for a long time. And I'm gonna be on later for some fun, laughing bedtime stories or whatever else we're talking about tonight.
Sounds good.
Okay.
See you,
ya.
Stephanie.
For anyone that's unfamiliar, I know we've been talking a lot about strict curl, but there's
Yeah.
a lot of federations. I know there's like WNPF. We couple like my favorite ones, right? Obviously 100% raw powerlifting. Paul Bossy is the president, great guy. The New Jersey event every year is run by Ed Cute, and he puts on like a great event. I go every year. I broke the curse this year because I always seem to bomb out on my third attempt. This year, especially on the attempt, Ed, you smacked me so hard that I think my whole body went numb on my back, and that gave me with the smelling salts gave me
It's
some
Ed's
energy
fault.
to do the lift. So I appreciate that.
He said, hit me hard. I was like, okay.
Yeah, no, you got it. And then Strict Curl Nation, Pat Russo and Joe Freeney, so they really hold like really big events, and they're both awesome too. So two great federations, lots of events. Arm wrestlers always tend to do really well. We got Brian Ruskin, Gary Kessler, Ed, myself, some other guys that have really done well. People that have crossed over from strict curl arm wrestling, like Leroy Walker, etc. So just the forearm strength, like grabbing the bar requires a lot of hand strength and a lot of forearm. It just seems to be like naturally translate, and you see a lot of guys doing like some pretty impressive lifts. I think I even saw like Cody Haga from Texas do a lift the other day, and Austin, obviously, super strong, but super strong in Texas for his weight as well. So there's definitely a translation there. So
Yeah.
yeah,
That's great. I think it's interesting. I've never tried to strict curl anything, but it's fun to. I like watching it. I like seeing the process.
It's sick.
Yeah,
Definitely gonna help your overall.
I'll have to go to a competition sometime, like in person, and watch it. Like I've only ever watched it on YouTube, so it'd be fun to go see one, or maybe have one at like one of our tournaments or something, and collab with
That would be
strict
fucking
curl, in federation or something.
That would be
It'd be
sick.
fun.
that'd be awesome. Have everyone try it. I bet you'd see some.
Oh,
even
yeah.
Gower like tried it, right? He did he did what 172 in his first
In his first
competition.
comp, yeah, he did 173, which
173.
which was the Arnold qualifier for his weight class, but he didn't go to. He should have.
Yeah,
Yeah, I knew he was strong as fucking strict curl. I was like, of course. I was like,
of course it's gonna be. Yeah.
he should have started a year ago.
I mean, the whole time he was probably like, I don't know, guys, my biceps are sore.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm going to do.
Oh,
He's so funny.
He's super impressive. I pulled with him a little bit after just going light, but Mike's got like a granite hand. You grab onto it and you're like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah.
And then I just
Dude, he's
pulled
been
with
like
him a
that
little,
since day one when he showed up at Philly practice. Everybody was arm wrestling going, holy Jesus, this is your first time?
I felt a lot of hands in arm wrestling so far. I felt big hands, strong, but to this day, Mike still has one of the like weirdest, craziest hands I've ever felt. It just feels like a Terminator hand. It just
Yeah.
the claw. Just
like I felt
crushes
Devin
you.
Larrett's hands. Sean Latimer's hand is still the biggest one I've felt. Sean Latimer has the biggest hand I've felt. But I felt big. But I don't know what it is. Something about Mike's hand, man. It's just you just feel hopeless when you grab on that guy.
I always feel like, no offense to Mike, but I feel like he lacks confidence in himself.
Oh, he knows
I
that.
feel like if he was super confident, he would
Yeah.
crush people.
Yeah,
but
he knows that.
he goes into it like, I don't know, guys. And I'm like, no, you got to think like, I'm going to win this.
Yeah.
Absolutely. He knows that too. But yeah, Mike too.
Yeah.
Fucking killer. Like, yeah.
That's awesome.
What we got here? I like the easy curl bar with fat grips and pronating to neutral grip while curling. Yeah, like fat grips are awesome on the curls for sure.
Oh, like pronating while you curl. Yeah, I like those. Those are cool. Like pronating like a dumbbell while you curl it. Those are pretty cool.
Yep.
Yeah.
Dave, you can curl way more than 50 pounds. I've seen your videos. You're super strong too. I see I can curl 50 pounds.
Are you guys going to Arnold's this year? Well,
Bellwood probably
next
will.
year.
Yeah, I probably won't. It's gonna be hard to qualify for next year because the numbers went up. So
it's cool that Knuckles Up got arm wrestling back into the Arnold's and left and right now.
That's cool.
And now we're going to be a qualifier for Arnold's, which is awesome. So
it sucks that the
excited.
recent one in AC wasn't a fucking Arnold qualifier.
I know they weren't set up to do it yet.
Right.
Yeah.
I know.
Is it like top two or top three, or is it like top finisher in each
I think
category?
they said it was top three. I'll double check, but I think they said top three.
And they're doing left arm at the Arnold.
And left arm. And they're doing all the preliminary matches. And then they're doing the finals up on the main stage. So that's going to be cool.
That's pretty dope.
On the road, right? Nice.
You got like a 2-hour block to be out there and knock out the finals. So, but yeah, Knuckles Up, man, doing some good things. And then Winter Blast next year, Arm Gods is doing all their high-end super matches Friday night at Winter Blast. And then we'll do Winter Blast Saturday with no super matches. That way we don't have to have any weird super matches thrown in there.
That's cool.
Slowing it down. So
looked like you guys had a hell of an event this past year. I watched some of
it was big.
The recap of it. Looked like
it was big. I mean, it's hard because I go to a tournament like that just saying this is going to be a whole day thing. But I think some guys don't do that, and then they get disappointed when it is a whole day thing.
Right.
You kind of have to, when you have an event that big, you kind of like have to. I mean, you have to, right? You got to plan accordingly. Like,
I mean, some people were like, "Oh, you should make it a 2-day event," but then what would we do? Like Saturday, Sunday? Who's going to come on Sunday?
Yeah,
you know what I mean. And when you're trying to get a venue, and you're like, "Hey, we're going to have this place packed all day long," you know what I mean? Like, and then it's not. You know, it's really hard to even smaller tournaments like with a bar. Like people are like, "Why don't you have the pros go first?" And I'm like, because the pros would leave immediately. First off, and second, people that pull up, like say Ed wants to pull his weight class in the next one. If we did pros first, or like if an amateur wanted to try to pull up to pro, like it's hard to do it backwards. You know, there's kind of a progression, or like if a novice wants to also pull amateur, or whatever, we try to do it in order. Plus, the main event to me is the pros. So the amateurs aren't going to pull and leave because they want to stay and watch the pro matches. So I know the pros feel, and maybe you guys feel different, but the pros feel like they should go first because they've earned that right to go first. But I feel like, dude, you guys are the main event. Like, you don't do the main event first, or you don't have the best band at a concert first.
Like the UFC, right? You got prelims and then you got the main event, right?
Right.
The only reason
to me, it's similar. Like, it's similar to UFC. Like, you want the main event at the end so that people stay to watch that. And then the amateurs get to stay and watch that because they're also fans of the pros. If you did pro first, everybody would just leave and not watch the amateurs. I don't know. It's hard. You're never going to make everybody happy.
No, you're not going to please everybody. No one wants to wait. That's the bottom line. No one wants to wait. They just want to go, get it over with, and then
but
you can't please everybody. So,
but we're trying to build the sport. So it's like we go ahead and do that. And then everyone's like, well, you grew it too much. There's too many people at your tournament.
Yeah.
It's like, well, you know, there's no happy medium. You either go all in or all out, you know? So
It's cool.
It's
It's
hard.
cool to see how big it's gotten. I mean, I remember when I first moved to Jersey, I trained. I went to a Jim Bryan practice. Well, I went to several. And I went to like a Winter Blast. It was at I don't even remember where it was, in PA somewhere. And then I went to like another one that Sue had at the time, and I ended up facing Storm. I'm like, are you still like this is my draw? I had to face Storm Chelino at the time. I'm like, fuck.
Wow.
But yeah, to see how big it's gotten, like evolved over time, is awesome. What you guys have done with it. So like, props to you guys for really like elevating it to the next level.
Thanks, man. It's fun, dude. You know, Sue hadn't done it for years, and then she wanted to bring it back, and you know, she was like, hey, she saw us doing the first couple 98 tournaments, and she was like, hey, do you guys want to team up and bring back Winter Blast? I'm like, absolutely. So you know, we went with it, and it was pretty cool, and it's been growing ever since. It's getting bigger. It just sucks that you know, like, I'm not going to say any names, but other organizations like kind of like have looked down at us for some reason, and I'm like, we don't even cater to the same crowds. Like, most promoters are more for the pros or the high level elite guys. We're not. So we're like no one's competition, and we promote everyone. So I wish some of these other promotions would use us as a tool to promote them.
Dude, I've
We
seen this
promote
in other-
everybody for free. We
I
don't
see this
charge.
in other sports though too. Like, promoters are always fighting with other promoters.
Yeah.
I don't understand that. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
It's
I
crazy.
see no point. Like, Engen made those comments about us, and I'm like, why are we even on his radar? Like,
Yeah.
he just deals with the elite, and we're like the complete opposite. And I just was like, I don't understand why you would like try to like kind of diminish what we've accomplished. Like, yeah, we might not be known worldwide like he is, but I feel like in our area we're doing good things and trying to grow the sport. And
Absolutely.
you know, our tournament was thought as like the biggest in the country this last year. So like, I thought that was a cool accomplishment. And this guy's like, oh, that's nothing compared to what we do here. We have 1,700 entries. And I'm like, fucking A, dude. Relax, buddy.
Yeah.
You know what the Winter Dragons remind me of? Like the Winter Blast Dragons? That's like the Michigan State's Gorilla.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of why we stuck with it, because everyone thinks of Michigan States, they think of the Gorilla. So we want everyone at Winter Blast to think of our Dragons, kind of like the same thing.
You got to go to Philly to get a dragon. There you
Yeah,
go.
exactly right.
I like
But this year I think it's going to be huge with Arm Gods doing there. I mean, I can't really say all the matches they have, but you know, I know Corey West is coming. I know RBJ is coming down.
Oh,
Okay.
Some other big names coming from the UK. So
when is this? Do you know?
Winter Blast.
Oh, Winter Blast.
Yeah, they're doing it Friday night.
Oh, it's so sick.
So we're not doing any of our normal super matches that we set up. They're doing theirs Friday night, and then Winter Blast will be on its own Saturday.
Okay.
So that'll be cool. And maybe some of those guys will jump in the competition, which that'll be cool too.
Dude.
Yeah. So we'll see.
I definitely want to meet.
And then plus being an Arnold's qualifier, I think this will be the biggest Winter Blast yet.
Oh, I'm sure.
Oh, for sure.
So all you crybabies out there, it's gonna be a long day. So be ready to be there for a while.
Well, when
No,
Arnold's is beginning of March, isn't it?
Yeah.
So when do you plan on
So
having
Winter Blast is going to be the qualifier for 2026.
Ah, I see.
The one in September is a qualifier for 2025.
I
Arnold.
see. Okay.
Yeah. And then we're going to do 2 a year, 2 qualifiers a year.
Okay. Yeah. Very nice.
So, but yeah, we're excited about that. But yeah, you know, with it being an Arnold's qualifier and the Arm Gods thing, I think it's going to be our biggest one yet. So we actually got a bigger venue than last year.
Oh, yeah. Do you know? Do you want to announce? You're not going to announce it, right? You don't want to say anything about it.
Oh no, it's right down the street from there. It's in Trevose. The
nice.
Radisson. Yeah, the Radisson there.
That's fucking
And
hilarious.
they have that huge event space. It's bigger than our last year's one.
Oh, sweet.
So that's good for you, Ed.
Yeah, it is. That's me.
Just walk. You can just walk over there.
Dude, I know, right? Shit. I'm lucky. I'm lucky when it comes to Winter Blast. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Dave, I have not pulled Mike. I know Mike is crazy strong. But yeah, I've never pulled Grimaldi.
He looks crazy, Grimaldi.
Dude, he got that win on Elsesser.
Yeah, he's crit, but look at him too. He's got a weird build, but just fucking solid,
Strong, yeah.
and strong. Like he's crazy, man. Grimaldi.
Wonder how he would do against like Miguel Grimaldi.
I think that'd be a good match.
Yeah, I pulled Miguel. I haven't pulled Grimaldi. I mean, Miguel is super strong. So if there's
Brian, that's a future match. I want to see him Miguel because he's a savage on the table, and you guys like to hook. That's a hook war right there, Miguel and Brian, for sure.
So Miguel has me
figured at one time, right?
Yeah, I've pulled him in a super match.
Yeah.
But he has since, I will say, figured me out. So I have obviously my own style. I think I would really need to train again. I think to I'm not a great strap puller. So for anyone watching, you pull me get to the straps, which is weird because I got a lot of power. I just the connection isn't there.
That's me
But
too.
we've trained, I've pulled a bit with him on after pulling practice at the events. I beat him years back when we pulled the super match through speed and just took his hand. But in the straps, he's got a ton of side pressure. He's a very, very good arm wrestler. So I think I'd really have to to train again. I'd have to pull more than 3 times a year, I think, for that to be a banger.
His lat drag is ridiculous too.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, Miguel's strong.
Yeah, I like seeing him jump in matches. Dave Shubich. But yeah, so yeah, part of the reason we wanted to have you guys on is because Strict Curl's just been coming up more and more. So it seems like a lot more guys are trying it out, watching it, checking it out, or adding more curl routines to their workouts and stuff like that. So I thought it'd be interesting to have you guys on. Dave Shell was talking about it, and I was like, hey, why don't we just invite those guys on Friday night?
Oh yeah, man.
So, appreciate you having us on.
We appreciate it,
dude, we appreciate having you on, man.
Cool.
Hopefully we'll see you arm wrestling soon, Brian.
Yes, soon. Once you get that Allentown event set up, let me know, and if it can fly. I know John has a match with Aiden, but we'll figure someone out. I'd love to pull someone, potentially get back. Maybe that'll get the juices flowing, get the itch back.
Yeah, you'll get it. You'll get the itch back. I know you will. It might not be now, but you'll get the itch back.
Dave Schubitz wants to pull you.
I think Dave might be too much. I mean, I've seen your videos and pulling. You're super strong. So not to discredit my own and say I lack confidence, but obviously I had a lot of respect for your power and kind of seeing what you've been able to do. Maybe would love to practice with you at some point. Maybe it would be a good match. I don't know, but you're super impressive. No, we're not in the same room.
No. Just sit next to each other.
Yeah.
That's funny. But Shubich, it depends on whether he shows up in his short shorts or not. That's how you know you're going to win or lose against him.
Gotta show off those quads, bro.
If he's got his joggers on, he's probably not gonna win. But if he's in his short shorts, he means business. Oh, that's funny. Cool. Yeah, we'll probably plan a super match little series, one in between some of our tournaments. I just don't know when yet because we've been so busy trying to plan the next 4 tournaments. Right. But yeah, we'll plan something and I'll definitely let you know, because when we do those, I like to get our local guys in there so we can shine a light on our local guys that live around us. So
absolutely,
our Northeast fellas. But yeah, if you guys both want matches, we'll find you guys some matches, man.
Make it happen. Watch out for Ed at 65. I felt that back pressure. Ed's feeling nuts right now. So
he did
I
get
don't know if he pulled. Yeah. Did you
What'd you-
pull 65, Ed, in the AC? Were you 165 there? You felt
That-
strong
that-
as hell.
The AC, I was 172.
Okay.
But strict curl with you, yeah, I was 165.
Yeah. I mean, we were just goofing around, but that like up pressure and your back pressure was like, because we pulled a while. Remember, like at the last event, I'm like, damn, you've worked on that a lot. I was like, geez, strong.
Yeah, I remember,
That was
yeah.
very impressive.
Working on that back pressure.
That's it.
Yeah. Nice.
Cool.
Yeah, but I don't want to hold you guys all night. I know
Cool.
I know you strict curlers don't stay on podcasts till all hours of the night, like us arm wrestlers.
Yeah.
Especially since he has me to pick on now that I'm back in the room.
Cool. Well, I'm probably going to watch some Bridgerton with my wife before bed. So, guys, hope you guys have a good night.
Yeah,
Ed,
buddy.
great seeing you. I hope to see you again soon. Dave and Ryan, thanks for having me on.
Thanks for
And,
coming, man.
If anyone has any questions on strict curl or anything like that, feel free to reach out to Ed and I, and we'll see you guys on the table soon.
Nice.
Great seeing you, Brian.
Thanks, Brian.
All right.
Take care,
Good,
brother.
You too. Take care, guys.
Take care,
Thanks.
brother.
Bye.
Yeah, man. So I can't wait till.
Dude, let's set Brian up against Dave Shell for his first match back.
Oh God, an endurance war. Yeah,
Yeah.
You can't pin him. You got to stay in like a static hold and beat Dave in a static hold.
We'll tell him we got a match for you, and not tell him who it's against, and then it's Dave Shell when he gets there.
Bro. But Dave gets to use two hands.
Yeah, right. No, I definitely wanted to have Brian on for a while because I know he's been super into that strict curl for a while, and then I saw you get involved in it, and I know he's done some coaching for Aiden LeMay. I mean, not Aiden LeMay, for what's his name?
Austin?
Yeah, Austin Jennings.
Yeah.
So I was we were trying to get Austin to come on, but I don't think he saw Dave's message in time. But that would have been fun.
Yeah, he's one of the few sensible people on the AW chat.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
There's a couple on there.
Yeah. I said, what's with you? Mm-hmm.
Nanya threatened to like kill me and my family if he ever sees me at a tournament again. And I'm like, oh Jesus.
This is recent?
Yeah.
What the fuck is going on with that now?
Who knows? Drug induced.
Oh my God, dude. Jesus Christ.
Say no to drugs, kids.
Yeah, what the fuck? Don't do steroids, but
Yeah.
meth and coke, and that's all okay.
Yeah. He's natty, but he does every other drug under the sun.
Just not yet.
But he's natty. He doesn't do steroids.
What the fuck?
Anyway.
Oh,
No, I don't know if he doesn't do steroids because he does look a lot bigger than he normally is.
Oh, that night we had him on where he was popping mushrooms like they were Pringles.
Oh yeah, dude.
Oh,
he had a bag of shrooms and he's just eating them like they're potato chips through the whole podcast.
Oh, dude, he was probably tripping like crazy.
Yeah.
Jesus.
And he made just as much sense at the end as he did at the beginning, although he's probably louder.
You can't win with those guys, dude.
Dude. So now he's mad at you, though?
Oh yeah, dude. He fucking hates me.
Why, though? Why is he mad at you?
Because after Winter Blast, like the whole thing he did at Winter Blast, I thought was super disrespectful.
Right.
So after Winter Blast, he came on the podcast and he started talking trash to Dave. And I'm like, dude, you wouldn't have even had that match if it wasn't for Dave, because Dave put up half the money for him to have that match.
Well, why would he talk shit on Dave's show?
I don't know. He just started in on Dave, and I was like, wait a minute. And I booted him off the podcast, and then he's been mad ever since because I blocked him from coming on. Because I'm like, dude, Dave went out of his way to help you out so that the match wouldn't be ruined at Winter Blast.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
And then, I mean, technically, Nanya didn't come up with $1 for that match because his dad paid the other half. So I'm like, dude, and you're gonna talk shit to Dave? Dave saved the day. Like Dave was the hero of that match.
Well, and the point is, we even swallowed that. But then a week later, he threw me off the one chat that he was manager of. I thought, okay, that's 3 strikes now.
Yeah.
First,
So we were like,
first he didn't pay me back like he agreed. Secondly, he hands me crap. And third, he throws me off the podcast. I thought, okay. 3 strikes are out.
Yeah, so we banged him from the thing.
Dave Shell's one of the most generous guys we know in the fucking community. So
Really, he really is.
I don't know why someone have a problem with Dave. It's fucking stupid, to be quite honest with you.
Well,
That's
Dave-
childish.
Anybody, if you need a hand job, Dave's your guy.
Yeah. The fuck.
well, no, but here, and once again, I've said this before, I'll say it again.
Go
You know,
Andrew.
seriously, I am getting just as well. I'm getting more out of it than I'm putting in. I really am. I mean, honest to God, I thank all you folks, because if I wasn't doing this, what would I be doing? And I know what I'd be doing. I'd be sitting at home on the couch watching Law and Order reruns and getting ready to drop dead.
I'm guessing
You'd probably be dead, Dave.
I'm guessing golf is not your sport. I could see you playing golf, Dave. A little putt.
Dave putts from the rough.
Well, that's how I got into arm wrestling. The guy I helped me lose almost 200 pounds says you really have a sports or athletic goal too. And I thought, okay, I have no coordination with anything involving a ball. That's 85% of the sports in the world. I can't stand cardio. There's another one.
Oh my God, I hate ball sports. I can't stand it, bro. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that, and then cardio is another 10%. And actually, I mean, I could show you. I actually went to I was thinking about powerlifting. I really was. Not curl, but whatever. But I thought with my screwed up shoulder, I'll never be good at this. But I did actually go to a couple powerlifting matches. There was a guy, and I don't know if you would know him. I presume he's still around. He was like 60 some, like 6 years ago. David Coons, I think was his name. And he's been, lifting forever. And, it was famous. Basically.
I've heard that name, I swear.
Yeah, Coons. He was like, I think he was 62, so he'd be like almost 70 now. And so I just so happened I went to and just happened to sit next to him at in the audience and was chatting with him. And I really thought about it for a while. And I thought, I'm never going to be good at this. And people say, how did you get into pulling? And my honest answer is, I don't know. I do not remember what put it in my head, but I'm very glad it did because it really has been great.
Huh.
But I mean, I may not be able to be available for Brian's match because I may die of heat stroke tomorrow because we're doing our dogfight 7 out on the patio behind the place. And last time I looked, the heat index for 4:00 in the afternoon in Chester, West Virginia was 99.
It's gonna be fucking bad, dude.
Nice knowing you, Dave. Me and Ed will be back home in air conditioning.
Well, what we're going to be doing, we have 18 matches. I'm in match number 10 with somebody that's even older than I am, but he's been pulling for about 5 times as long as I have. And again, Adam Gerbert, great guy. And then what we're talking about doing, if we get done soon enough, we might have everybody chucks in $20 and does a like a mini tournament. But and then plus after pull and I don't know for how late we're going, but quite a bit. We're going fairly late, but tomorrow. And of course, if I don't get up pulling there on Sunday morning, I'll get up and go to the practice at Erie on my way home.
Oh,
But anyway.
Are you coming to the September thing, Ed? The Arnold's qualifier?
Of course, bro. You kidding me?
It's gonna be.
It's not gonna be Dad's.
No, dude. Those guys, they threw that. Dude, we had that tournament planned like a month in advance, and then those guys like threw it on the same date, and they're
I know.
trying
I was gonna go to it originally, but then when I saw, when I found out that, I'm like, oh well, all right, well, I'm not going to that now.
Dude, like they put out like a bunch of dates, and I'm like, you can't just put out a date. Like if you don't make an event page and a flyer, like I could just say, hey, we're gonna have one every 10th of the month for the next 10 years. And then that doesn't mean that no one can throw one on that date. Like you can't just say it. You have to actually like plan it. But yeah, those guys are all mad at us, but whatever. They stole the dragon. So
I still can't believe that. That doesn't make any sense.
So fucking low, dude.
It doesn't,
and then to pretend like nothing happened, and then all the while it did happen. Like, they're giving me shit. Like, how dare you accuse me? And then it come to find out, someone took one anyway. But anyway, you needed a dragon that bad. You could have just waited till the end because we had 12 left over that no one took, and I would have gladly given it because the people who fly in were like just decided fuck it. They didn't want to try to fly one home, And I was like, I can mail them out.
Bro, I would have.
Nobody wanted one. So like we had 12 left over. And I'm like, so you guys stole one for nothing when you could have had fucking 12 free ones.
Yeah, exactly.
So instead of being a dick, you could have had some for free. You know,
let me tell you something. If I was flying back home, I'd be holding that thing like a fucking baby.
Yeah, it would have been my carry-on, dude.
Yeah,
like,
yeah. But this is my kid. See,
I would have bought a seat for the fucking dragon.
Put a little seatbelt on.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, dude. But yeah, so we're trying new things, you know.
I was at Philly practice and missed you on Tuesday.
Oh
Well, yeah, because I was beat up after the the river bar or whatever tournament thing practice. I was so beat up after that.
How was that one?
It was very small, very local. I didn't even have anyone in my weight class. I had to pull up against some big fucking farmer boy. But we did a lot of after pulling, so I was so sore in my elbows. I'm like, I'm just gonna take the next 2 weeks off for the Nationals in Allentown because I don't want to risk it. I'd rather be fresh. So yeah.
No, what I did, I went down to check out the venue for the thing on the 7th of September because we already had the venue and we had at a place called the Broken Goblet over. It's Ben Salem address. It's actually almost on the river.
You must know where that is, huh?
Yeah, I know where it is. Yeah.
Well,
Brian
what we were concerned
about.
There
and Joe Galgochi.
Yeah, what we were concerned about is would it be big enough because we hadn't seen it. Would it be big enough for if we got a crowd for the qualifier? And I went in and took a look and took some pictures and talked to the bar manager. And he said, yeah, past weekend we had standing room only for 500 people for a concert. So if they could fit standing room, the big
they have live events and live concerts there, so it should be good. It should be good.
Yeah. It's definitely huge. It's huge.
Shoemaker says Ryan is mean, but not as mean as little old racist ladies that are no longer allowed at our tournaments.
And then, of course, then I left there and decided to go to practice. And coming over, what's that stupid road that that ends in like 6 lanes, ends in 2? Starts with a W. I can't think of it. Where we used to go to practice with Rosenblum.
In Philly.
Yeah. Well, anyway,
so I got added to a Facebook group by accident, and it was fucking Steve throwing a practice, and it was all these young kids in it. Like,
oh my god!
I was like, what the heck is this? And then one of the kids was like, "This is our arm wrestling practice group," and I was like, "Wait, with Steve Rosenblum?" And they said, "Yeah," and I was like, "Hold on to your wallets, don't get scammed," and I left.
Yeah, but no, it took me 42 minutes to get 10 miles from Ben Salem to the practice on county line.
Yeah, that whole area is really hard to navigate during traffic hour.
Yeah, right. It sucks during traffic hour.
I used to have to leave my house at like 4:30 to get to 6 o'clock practice at Josh's because I'd be stuck in that traffic. So I'd leave early, and then if I got there early, I'd just sit around for an hour to beat the traffic. I didn't care. It was better than sitting in traffic,
That's another thing I'm lucky with. Josh is probably like 7 minutes from me.
Yeah, that's good.
Met a couple new guys. They had one guy was there. It was his first Cy. He said, "Call me Cy." First time ever. But then that Georgian kid that he said it was his 4th practice. John, I think. He said it was John. Looks kind of about David's size, but whatever. I think his name is John. But been a couple of new guys. But
I've been going to
practice. Of course, it was human.
I've been going to Latimer's because the Philly traffic is tough to deal with, and Latimer's is 23 minutes from me, right across the Jersey Bridge.
Yeah, it's so nice.
I hit no traffic going to Latimer's,
and it's on Sundays, right?
And it's on Sundays, yeah.
What time do you guys start?
1:30.
I still have to go to Sean Latimer's one of these days. I want to go.
You should stop by, dude. It'd be fun.
I know, and his gym looks fucking awesome too.
It's nice.
He's got some cool toys.
Yeah, it's nice. But yeah, he has a good practice.
For sure.
I just haven't been since I hurt my shoulder shoulder surgery. But once I start PT, I'll probably get back there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I could. I could do. Maybe that's what I'll do. I'll go to our practice for 2 hours, and I'll go to Latimer's, and I'll go charging up the Jersey Turnpike and go to high five, and I'll do three practices in 8 hours. That'd be a new one.
Well, I preferred driving up to Allentown to day's practice for a while because it's actually only like an hour drive, and to go to Josh's sometimes it takes longer than that because of the traffic, because of Philly.
Crazy, yeah.
I'm south of Philly and you guys are north of Philly, so I hit all that traffic, and I'm like, it's tough to do that after work.
No, if I were in your shoes, I'd be going to Sean's. It just makes more sense, dude, for sure. I'd be doing the same thing.
Andrew says 1:30 on a Sunday drive, easy anywhere. Well, maybe in Austin, I'm not sure anywhere, but whatever. But yeah, yep, it's
the Latimer one we're throwing is in Cherry Hill.
I can't wait for that one.
PJ Wheelahands, do that place. That bar is awesome. They have a cool setup.
That's
so hopefully they get back to me so I can lock that in.
Hell fucking yeah, dude.
Well, dude,
there's a lot of shit coming up. It's crazy.
We already got the trophies for it because Sean Hancock was going to throw a New Jersey State Championship tournament.
Okay.
And Walker kind of told him you can't because you're not from this state. So
what the
Sean,
fuck?
So dude, Sean ordered new trophies and renamed his tournament for that AC one. And I was like, dude, if I already had the trophies made, there's no fucking way I would change.
Yeah.
So I bought the trophies from Hancock so they didn't go to waste, and he made his money back.
There you go.
For the Latimer.
Absolutely.
New Jersey State Championship.
Absolutely.
So that was cool of Sean to hook us up with those. He gave them to us at his cost, and then cool on Latimer to let us use his name for a state championship tournament. But it seems silly, like you don't have to live in a state. Like, look, James Reed throws state championships in any state. He doesn't live there.
Why did Sean listen to Steve? Like, no offense. Like, if I was Sean, I'd be like,
because Steve made some comments on Facebook publicly, and then people started chiming in, and I think Hancock was just like Steve and him. Hancock called him, and Steve like tried to tell him that they have a state championship at Dad's, and I'm like, come on, yeah, like dude,
state championship at Dad's bar, great,
yeah, dude.
The fuck, dude,
it's
come
like
on, man.
the biggest tournament.
How many state championships do Leonard and Denise run all over the country, and they're from Montana?
Right. So it doesn't matter, dude. That's just people being weird. And it's like, so you prevented him from having one, and now there's going to be one anyway. So it's like, what did you do? You just caused us to throw one.
And his wouldn't have been on the same day as, we're running the qualifier.
Yeah, I don't know why they picked the same day, but whatever.
Exactly. Well, I know which one I'm going, so it's okay. And it's a lot closer.
I think a whole lot of people are going to go, to be honest, to that one.
What'd you say about Gochi? He's going
the Broken Arse.
There you go.
Because he likes that bar. He said he goes there, and so does Brian Kane and stuff. So, Brian Barry Bourne in the house. What's up, man? Mm-hmm. We got to get Barry Bourne a super match, man. When we do our super match series, Barry Bourne versus Brian Bellwood.
Oh God, I don't know about that.
But yeah, so we're I can't wait to have that because the one in September being in Arnold, like that's our first time doing like a qualifier for anything.
Yeah, it's gonna be sick. That's gonna be fun.
It's gonna be a good time, dude.
I can't wait for sure.
And the cool thing is, so like Knuckles Up charges a fee to have an Arnold's qualifier, like, but they provide trophies that are like Arnold's qualifier trophies, like medals.
That's awesome.
So even though you pay a fee, some of that, and the Knuckles Up guys, dude, have been great. Like they're going to help us with promoting it with flyers.
Yeah, they're great, dude.
And we just have a really good relationship with them, and I love what they're doing. And like to me, I don't fucking care for East versus West because of what Engen said about us and all that shit.
Right.
But I mean, Knuckles Up is doing it right. Like there's no one out there that is doing what Knuckles Up is doing for the level of production.
And
Like their production level is top notch.
and there's not one bad word about Knuckles
No,
Up. Everyone
and they
loves
take
Knuckles
such
Up.
good care of the athletes.
Dude,
They take good care of the fans, dude. I mean, they hook us up just for promoting them. Like,
They're doing a great job. They're doing a great job.
Awesome stuff, dude. But yeah, so those guys, I like working with them. Chris and Will are awesome. And they've been 98 supporters, and we've been supporters of them. So it's like a cool relationship. No problems with those guys whatsoever, like other promoters in the area.
Dude.
You know what I mean? So it's high five. High five just jumped in. We love you too, Ryan. Nice. That's funny. Their ears must have been ringing from us talking about them. But
that's funny.
But yeah, those guys, man, you guys are doing it right. And I think they're going to be the premier, if not already, they're the premier event in the United States, dude.
Yeah, for sure.
Like no one else has that production level and professionality in what they do. So, and that's why we're working with guys like them. And then like Arm Gods, they're fucking doing amazing things. They're super matches,
yeah.
And they have their own little niche way of doing things, and that's cool. So, like to me, it's all about collaborating with other promoters, and we're not really a competition for any of these guys because they all deal with like high-end super matches where we focus more on the 98. So it's like it's a good fit, you know?
Yeah, I get it. I don't know why others don't, but yeah.
I never understood like why people don't use 98 as a tool, and we have a big following. Like if you're friendly with us, we're going to promote you, and all our guys are going to go to your stuff. And like, for instance, the people that have worked against us, I don't know if you saw the numbers at Keystones, but they weren't that good this year. But the 3 years that we were good with them and we promoted it were their 3 biggest years.
There you go.
And then this year, 100 people maybe.
Oh,
I don't know.
Not to quote any figures, except their entries were 34.7% of the number of entries at Winter Blast.
There you go. So
yeah. Dave knows
the numbers. I love
Got the numbers, dude. But like the thing is too is we still put them on our list of tournaments. Like we didn't take them off, but they don't promote shit of ours, and we still promote them, not as heavily as we used to, but they're still on our list of tournaments.
Yeah,
because it's not about them; it's about arm wrestlers having options. You know, James throws stuff in New York. I don't expect those New York guys to blow off a tournament in their backyard to come down to one of ours. Absolutely, go get your points. You know, I would never ask someone not to go to one of their tournaments, but they have, and it gets back, and I'm like, I don't even know why they're doing that. It's kind of stupid, but I think it backfired because people start to see like, oh, this is kind of messed up, you know?
It's crazy, bro.
It comes out on its own. It comes out on its own, you know?
Well, what amazes me most of all, is that with as tight as this fraternity, and that's what it is, fraternity is, people can talk about you behind your back and think it's not going to get back to you. And it does. It always does. We don't.
Yeah. Or they'll talk shit. They'll talk shit behind your back. They'll talk shit online. Then when they see you in person, they treat you all nice.
Not a word. Yeah. Not a peep.
Those are the biggest pussies.
Well, some of the people like that we've parted ways with, like, are super friendly to our face, but then they're talking trash behind our back to people that we're friendly with, and I'm like, of course it's going to get back. You know, that's just silly to me. So we just anybody like that, we've just been parting ways and just focusing on what we're doing, trying to throw more tournaments, better quality. I mean, every time we throw a tournament, we try to make it better than the last one, or if we can, better trophies. You know,
right? Who is Sir Yak Toast?
You saw the comment, huh?
Yeah, Sir Yak Toast?
Sir Yak Toast is Andrew Yakimovich, who is a weird Canadian from Halifax, Nova Scotia, who is one of the chief lights on the AWU chat. But
great, yes. So a nobody that I know. Great.
No, whatever.
Please get Shell to explain why he looks so young tonight.
Well, hey, Ryan,
he's definitely not bald. Red has a full head of hair.
Yeah, Ryan, I know. I look bald. I do.
Ryan got a call about that. Ryan got a call about that on Tuesday.
I look bald. I'm bald.
Stabbing's arm wrestling in the house.
No, I
We
mean,
got all
Brian,
five in the
you
house.
Brian, you can answer that one.
Which one?
Oh, you know what? From Thuriak for me. Remember, you got a phone call on Tuesday, or text or something after I went to the Philly practice. Sue.
Oh yeah, Sue said that Dave's looked the happiest he's been in a long time, and he was walking around and didn't look fatigued on his knees. She said he was smiling a lot and he looked all happy, and I was like, "Oh, that's good. Those knee replacements really did a wonder for you. You get your knees replaced, and it knocks years off your aging, Dave."
Thuriak, apparently he.
Ed is very happy. He does.
Yeah,
Ed has one of the best beards in arm wrestling, and now strict curl.
I'm surprised I haven't seen Ed's beard.
I like someone just make a fake throw Ed's beard. Ed's perfect beard. Chubich is probably making that right now.
He's like, shit.
Yeah.
Write that down.
Well, and Thuriak, it probably also helps that I have a super match tomorrow with somebody that's even older than I am. So maybe that's why I look so youthful tonight.
Maybe.
How old are you again, Dave?
I was 70. I was 73 in April, and my opponent tomorrow will be 75 in July.
Wow, that's awesome, man. That's awesome.
It's a lot of years between you two.
Yeah, he'll probably crush me. No, I won't say that, but whatever.
Not necessarily.
Nope. No. Seriously. He has of course a lot more experience than I do. I'm a lot heavier than he is, but basically, I just I can, for the first time in my arm wrestling career, I can actually bend my knees, so I can actually drop. I'm not just pulling with my arm.
Shall please bring your mobile defibrillator.
Yeah.
Most people started arm wrestling like at lunchtime at the lunch table. Dave started at George Washington's dining room table.
Yeah.
At age 66.
Oh my god.
Oh geez.
Yeah, in fact, even then, a certain Ed Texera said he couldn't believe it when he showed up at practice. There was this old goat and a 16-year-old. He thought, "What the hell is this shit?" These people,
Yeah, my first practice, I was like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah.
Brecken and fucking Shell give me trouble. I was like, "What the fuck?"
Dude, same with me. Like Dave was crushing my left the first time
I felt like a weak little bitch. I really felt like a weak little bitch because before I went to Steve's practice in 2020, I just stuck with it. My first exposure to arm wrestling was 2019 WAL Syracuse in August. I was with Ray, and Ray just got started in arm wrestling when I was showing him at the time. He goes, there's a tournament in Syracuse. I was like, fuck it, let's go. Because I'd never seen it before in person. I was like, I don't know arm wrestling. Let me go see it. We drove there 4 hours there. I drove home 4 hours back. I competed right arm in the amateur, went 2 for 2, and I met Tom Simcoe there for the first time. And Simcoe, I remember Simcoe showing me some shit, and I'm like, bro, I felt like the weakest fucking little bitch. I'm like, how's this old man making me like a little girl? I was like, holy shit.
Oh yeah.
Crazy, bro.
We got a couple guests coming on right now that you guys will recognize. We'll see.
Mm-hmm.
Give them a minute.
Yeah, no,
yeah.
Simcoe, if you're going to beat, you're not beating his wrist, you're beating his arm with Nitro.
Syndrome, yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's if I don't beat his arm, it's kind of like the knuckle or the hand that I'll beat because I'll attack his there's a way to attack his hand, but other than that, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, he's still strong, man. I still don't sleep on Simcoe. He's got that old man strength.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah,
if you don't hit him just right, he can get in like a strong.
You're all sudden, whoa! How did you just get cracked? Yeah.
And then it's hard to come out of that because you can't. His wrist isn't really. I don't think it even goes backwards, to be honest.
Well, and then the other thing, speaking of crushing people that claim to be natty, remember what was his name? Fisher, Mike. Remember Mike Fisher?
Mike Fisher.
What happened to him, dude?
Yeah, he kind of disappeared, but remember because basically I was driving him nuts at first. He couldn't figure out what the hell. I can basically, and then he disappeared for 3 months and came back with deltoids that were about 5 times as big. And it was like, but oh no, all he did was went to the gym. And we're like, yeah, whatever. But
Yak wants to see your bicep veins, Ed.
It's bad lighting right now.
yeah, you notice this. Yak wants to see your bicep veins. He's the one that asked if Ed was gay. I mean, that was a rather gay question there, Yakimovich.
He asks if everyone's gay though.
Yeah, I'm out here.
I think he's wishful thinking.
Everyone is a certain percentage. You could be higher, you could be lower. You never know.
Yeah, I think Yak is thinking like, man, I hope this guy's gay. You know what I mean? It's like wishful thinking. We were trying to get Yak to come on, but I don't know. He has something against us gays.
I brought my table along in both stand-up and sit-down forms, plus my sit-down benches that were handcrafted by one of Ed's favorite people,
Andrew Wood, in the house.
Remember who made the benches, Ed?
Was it Ray?
Yeah.
Oh, Ray. Good. He still hates me.
We still have his green table at Josh's. We still have that table.
Yeah.
Still use it.
Dude, he still hates me for some reason because I didn't go get him all these autographs. I'm like,
he hates everybody, bro. By the way, Ryan, you don't know this, but I have a couple other boys that know Ray, and they've already had fallouts with Ray. And they do the same thing. Oh my God, Ed. I'm like, I told you. Yeah.
He's
crazy,
something,
bro. Crazy. Just trickling down effect. I'm like, what the fuck?
And he started to get kind of like subtle threats, and I'm like, what?
Bro, he's crazy.
Like, dude, you weigh 110 pounds, wet.
Yeah, he is very light, that's for sure.
Now, Andrew Wood, when our 2 guests come on, you cannot interrupt them.
What's the heaviest weight you've ever loaded up in like the bicep position? Like,
Me?
Do you ever do max exposure loading?
Like, it depends. Like give me an example. Like give me an example of which position.
If I'm doing max load exposure, I'm probably gonna do neutral grip so that both heads of the bicep are getting engaged equally, so there's no like acute load forces on the structure.
I'd have to test myself to see where I'm at specifically, because there's so many angles I play with, but I don't necessarily go to like 1 rep max on my lifts. I'm always thinking within 2 to 3 rep range. I'm always within a 2 to 3 rep max. I never really go singles. I don't know why. I just barely do singles. I'm usually 2 to 3 reps for max heavy weight.
Yeah, singles are very special.
I'm sorry?
Singles are very special.
Singles are special, but the problem with singles is that when you do a single, well, was your form good or was your complete shit? Did that single actually count? Maybe it was a little too heavy. So singles can be very tricky. So I figured if I do a 2 rep max or a 3 rep max, it's kind of more certain. I'm able to handle that weight more confidently. Yeah.
Now, when you're going to try to hit a new PR, Ed, do you go down like some weight and like try to do multiple reps of like 1 weight down from it or something like that? And then like, okay, I can probably hit this new PR or something?
Yeah, it depends. Yeah, it depends on the programming, but yes, I have done that. Like I'll notice like, okay, well, if I'm gonna curl this much weight, I need to curl this lightweight like this many times.
Yeah. Okay.
Then I know I can hit that number, So
Right.
It's like, yes, that does work for sure.
So I built this like machine where I got a handle and I can grip it and do pronation and supination, and engaging your grip while rotating, whole different ball game, dude. The structure in the wrist, everything's doing all sorts of things. I don't know why people always pull on the strap. If I could have a decision about that, no one would ever pull on the strap again.
Yeah, I like outside the strap. I'm better actually outside the strap than in the strap because there's so much trickery shit in the strap. But yeah.
Well, there's a lot of danger in the strap. there's all these bizarre load forces, and then you have like these shearing forces that the strap eventually creates, because like unless the stitching blows out, those fucking 1-inch straps are rated from like 500 pounds up, dude. Like probably 1,000 pounds on like the flimsy one. So you're gonna break before the strap breaks.
But then the problem is, if we slip, then what?
Well, why are you slipping? Because I don't know about you, but I recognize grip failure as a cue that I've reached my limit in that movement. And I can go for the straps and I can get my work in on the top end, but I admit that when that grip failure cue begins, that I've reached a new step in the progression of loading,
Yeah, but I think sometimes, like, I don't think it. I mean, we don't have to go that deep either, because sometimes you could have a great grip, and all of a sudden, just with the explosive force, we just slipped. I didn't try to slip. We just fucking slipped. Maybe he tried to slip. So now it's like, well, now what? And so it's like, do we just go?
You should have slipped, so you should start it over.
I guess. But then like, what? I mean, if after like 3 times, like, all right, guys, like at some point it gets strapped in.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that the strap has its place, but at the same time, like, it comes down to people are training for the strap, and so the grip.
Yeah, I don't like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't like that for sure.
I wonder how long I can hold Ed center for.
Ugh. Who knows?
I don't know.
know.
Who knows?
I've been holding myself to account where I have to engage back pressure in the posted position if I want to train side pressure, and it's been having pretty good results. But I've been like growing this weird callus on my knuckle of my thumb.
What's up, TJ? There you go.
Waiting for our special guests.
No, you want a little bit of video entertainment, the short clip of the night while waiting?
What is it, Dave?
Starring Ray Raheem.
Oh, I know what you're going to play. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Dave's very proud of this video.
I saw him one time. I realized that I should.
Oh my God, remember this.
That was at Morocco.
Look at this clown. I was like, bro, keep your 1 foot on the ground at least. This guy's trying to fucking hang.
He looks like he's like just a kid on a playground having fun.
No, he was just having fun, but he doesn't realize he also made himself look like an idiot. But yeah.
I don't know. It's a pretty good meme, dude. He did a good job. He created a great
I didn't even
meme.
know he was doing it at the time. And and then when somebody showed it to me, and one comment was, "It shows how strong the old guy is." I thought, well, hey, for a compliment like that, I'll take the old guy remark, but whatever. But
you know what's weird though about Ray though? He's actually a pretty strong individual for size, but he was just terrible, and he actually has a good hand strength. I see him do grips like I knew the guy for a while, but my God, he just wasn't a good arm wrestler. He wasn't strong at arm wrestling.
Yeah.
I have a question for you, Ed. Have you ever heard of like a ruptured tendon getting infected?
I'm sorry?
Have you ever heard of a ruptured tendon getting infected?
No.
Why?
Do you have? Is that what you have? I mean,
that's called herpes, buddy.
Who has the ruptured tendon that's infected? Do you?
I don't know if it's infected, but it's just like swelling up.
Could just be AIDS.
It could swell up due to the inflammation of the rupture.
I don't know if you can even see it.
You probably need to get some ice on that. If it's swelling up, it's because it ruptured, so it's inflamed.
I mean, like, you see that knuckle? Like how wide that knuckle is?
Oh, bro,
it's a moose. It's a moose knuckle.
Bro, look at all that.
Dude, look at this. Look at this bump.
Wait, look at this one.
It looks like I have
bump?
arthritis. It's all fucking pointing out to the side, dude.
Can you see that bump right there, dude?
Oh yeah, I do see that bump.
You know what I think it's from? When I'm holding my phone.
Oh,
like
yeah,
that. I think it's from holding my phone, dude.
It like developed a callus.
And it's always on that weird bump. And I'm like, dude, I developed like iPhone finger.
That's fucked up, actually.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Like, God damn it, dude. Now I'm like self-conscious about how I hold my damn phone.
it's what
Hey,
the
so
fucking.
I was
Mary
thinking
had
about
the-
going to arm wrestling practice this weekend. What do you think? Do you think I'm good for arm wrestling practice?
I think
What
you
is
should
that?
just
Are those
go in
minor
there.
cuts? What is that?
Yeah.
When's the last?
Oh.
Is that from welding?
No, I was teaching a puppy how to fight.
When's
Puppy fights.
when's the last time you went to practice, Andrew Wood?
Last year, maybe. A year
Jesus.
before that.
So do you train like arm wrestling? Do you train it? But you just don't really go to table time.
Well, I mean, I have a mechanical table time.
Well, I mean, like with people though. Like you don't really pull with people. You just train at home. Gotcha.
Did you try out that Mac table, Ed?
The
The
Mac
round one?
table.
That rounded the table that Ian Carnegie designed with the round edges.
Yeah, I've never tried it.
They had it at Winter Blast.
I never tried it. It's gotta be cool when you like go for the pin. The corner isn't there. It's gotta be easier on the pin, I would assume.
And the pads are recessed instead of being surface mounted, so it prevents people from doing the King's move.
Yeah.
If you do a King's move, you're going to foul out.
I like that.
But also, because the pad's recessed from the table, so if the down ref's looking at the plane of the table, you can do little micro fouls in the pocket without getting called.
Oh fuck!
So it's like I thought it was a pretty cool table, but I don't think it's in its final design yet. They still have some little.
I don't know. It's a pretty
looks
nice
cool.
design.
It looks like a 2-man poker table.
It'd be nice. It'd be nice if they blueprinted it. It'd be really nice if they would just blueprint.
Captain
I like
Hollywood
the old school circles where you put your fucking elbow in the circle pad, like old school circle pads, like really.
Old Horner in the house.
Those were old school tables.
Yeah, if you want a good grip, just use that table because you'll isolate your grip because you have all that elbow lock.
Which table? Which table?
With the donut.
Yeah, dude, the donut's cool though. I like the donut. That's old school.
Yeah.
It's like 80, 85 or something.
The 80s, yeah.
So sick.
I love that WWE or WWF clip of them arm wrestling, and they're at the table the wrong way with like the pin here.
Oh, bro, it's so fucking.
What are you guys
funny.
doing, dude? That was hilarious.
There's one of Triple H versus Scott Steiner. They're like playing around, and the way Triple H is faking it, and he's in like an arm break position.
Oh, dude, it looked terrible. Yeah,
but it looked so funny, like the way he's like. Yeah, it was so funny, dude.
I'm looking at that and I'm thinking, I could beat these guys.
Yeah, dude. They don't got the hand in the wrist.
No. Right.
I mean, either that or they got like the special talent, and that's why they made it to pro wrestling, and they got that little extra that lets them get outside their shoulder.
Well, there's a thing. There's an article. Brock Lesnar. So a lot of the pro wrestlers back in the back, they did a little bit of arm wrestling to see like who was the strongest. Brock Lesnar apparently like took out a lot of guys arm wrestling, and it makes sense. Brock Lesnar is actually a farmer. Like he's a farm strength guy. It makes sense. If you actually look at his build and his hands,
look who's here.
But apparently they think Kane was the strongest.
It's Will from Knuckles Up. Will, what's up, buddy? And Christopher Rembo. The Knuckles Up are in the house.
Can you hear me?
We can hear some reverb or something.
Yeah, I think it's in the background what you have playing.
We can hear reverb or something. There we go. Now it's
a lot better, yeah.
Is that better now?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, okay. I had to shut the mic didn't work. Fuck that shit. Fuck that guy.
Hey, you can't curse on this podcast.
You get demonetized.
Yeah. How you guys doing, man? We were I guess your ears were ringing because we were talking about you, and then you guys popped up in the chat.
Hey, we always tune in. Yeah, I try to watch. Sometimes I can't join in, but yeah, I'm listening.
That's great. So Well, hey, I'm going to let you guys tell us a little bit about your, the Arnolds.
Yeah. So where do we start? So I mean, obviously we made the announcement. We're slowly rolling out. Obviously, you guys kind of helped us bring Arnold back and made the road to the Arnold finals, right? So we have the qualifiers. We partnered with the Virginia Arm Wrestling League as well as the Tri-State Arm Wrestling, right? And there's more to come. We already are working on one in Bulgaria, Poland, Japan, Korea, possibly Philippines as well. We're talking with some people in Puerto Rico too, and we also have some talks possibly Florida and some of the West Coast. So hopefully this can be one of the biggest Arnolds in recent history. So it's going to be pretty cool.
Oh.
And left and right hand. So that's definitely going to be cool.
That's big.
Mm-hmm.
All the lefties are like, finally.
Yeah, finally.
Which is really cool. So we're excited.
Okay, there we go. I'm back. My bad. Sorry about that. Some technical difficulties,
Hey, no problem. It's just like your tournament.
Wow. That hurt a little bit. Actually, a lot of it. But that's okay.
Hey, you know what, though? You guys kept the crowd entertained during that technical difficulty, so it was all good.
Tell me about it. Yeah, our hopes are the Arnold are a little bit smoother, and September too, at the same venue. So that's cool. Yeah,
dude, I can't wait till your next Knuckles Up, man.
Yeah. Oh man, it's gonna be absolutely wild. Like, I mean, I will say the card. It's just like it's super stacked. We have a lot of, some brand new faces, some people returning, just nutty matches. Like we're about to make that announcement very shortly. Nice. But yeah, we're super, super pumped. We're also, all I have is a photo, so I can't give the photo away because we are still finalizing some details and we have to get it patented, but we will be coming out with our own unique arm wrestling handle that no one has ever seen before.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something super cool that we're proud of.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, this whole like Arnold thing has been absolutely nuts. Like we're super pumped about bringing it back. Obviously, as you saw, like with our post, I think Chris, did you just mention this? I'm not sure. I was trying to fix my thing, but obviously we have South Korea, not to be mistaken with North Korea.
They can compete too if they want. Yeah.
Did you give them an offer?
They didn't pick up our calls. So.
And and then we're working on some qualifiers in Canada as well.
Yep.
And then it's just gonna be crazy. I mean, we're so pumped that you guys are on board, and like I was listening to the podcast.
We feel lucky to be on board.
It's so sad that like. Not just the fact that you said you're like, oh, I wish people utilized the 98 more. Not just that. It's like, I wish people just tapped into the community in general more. Like, hello, what the hell's wrong with you guys? Like, everybody right in front of you.
Dude, I don't get it. Like, we're designed to promote people for free. Like, we don't charge to promote people. We promote anyone that wants to be promoted or that are friendly to us. But, some people aren't friendly to us. So we're just like, you're just on the list. But Dave puts everyone on the list, regardless of whether we have issues or not. They're still on the list of tournaments, so that everybody knows that it's going on. Yeah.
We saw. I heard what you said earlier. It is. I mean, I know that there's a lot of drama behind it and everything, but it is sad to see like when an organization kind of quote unquote does the wrong things or like. Just doesn't have true intentions. And like you said, Keystone, like that was my first ever tournament. And that was 2 years ago, Chris, that was right?
Yeah, I'd say about, yeah.
I think it was 2 Keystones ago. And I remember it was insane. Like there was like seas of people. And I was like, it was the coolest ever. And then to hear that it's like small now because they're, everyone knows why. But
it's in every sport, like too. Every sport, there's always promoters and different organizations always fighting with each other. Like it's a sad state, honestly. But
well, to me, like just because you have to part ways with someone on the business end of it, shouldn't mean that you stop being friends and then
for sure
you're attacking each other. And it's not like, if we don't want to use a certain person to run brackets or something, that doesn't mean that we're just parting ways on the business end of things.
That's what sucks. Though sometimes you part ways in business sense, and then it's like the friendship kind of goes downhill.
Yeah.
Or unfortunately, but
yeah.
Guys, I don't mean to interrupt. My phone's about to die. So I have to go.
Hey, Ed, thanks for coming on, and everybody go try strict curl.
Guys, Ryan, Dave, thanks for having me on.
Yeah, buddy. Anytime.
Team 98, knuckles up. You guys are doing awesome shit as always. So keep it
bud.
up. So stay strong, guys.
Thank you, brother.
Thanks, brother.
Go dye that beard.
Fuck this guy.
I will say, I know I didn't get to listen to, unfortunately, thankfully, my dad's out of the hospital. It was nothing major, but I was
Well, that's good.
dealing with some stuff with that, so I didn't get to hop in earlier like I normally do to watch. But when I saw the title about strict curl, yeah, man, like, I don't know if you guys saw I think it was the live I did last week. We talked a little bit about like United States arm wrestling, like as a general, like North America and how we get better. A lot of it's like, I think we train absolutely wrong for arm wrestling. And like to hear, like, seeing that it was like talking about strict curl and all that stuff, like any way we can get our tendons and like maximal strength better, like, is so important, because even myself, like, I fall under the, like, I train too much like a bodybuilder, and arm wrestling is not bodybuilding.
Right.
But
a lot of guys that bodybuild say that it doesn't translate properly.
Yeah. I was about to ask, though. I shot you a DM. I should have texted you. I was just watching your video of your guys' tournament at the brewery, and I heard you talking about your shoulder. What did you do to your shoulder?
I fell at work. I stepped off like a ledge, like a 2.5 foot ledge, and I thought there was a step there. I walked through a gate thinking there was like a step, and it was just a drop off. So I put my arm off to stop myself from hitting the ground with my head, and I just felt it, like, I just, it hurt. So when I finally got an MRI, they said I had 3 tears, 2 partials and 1 full tear. So I had to get surgery. So
did they? Was it a labrum tear?
Yeah. There's like 3 parts to the rotator cuff, and all 3 of them had tears on them.
Oh,
yeah. And my bicep, the tendon that holds your bicep up at the top, and it goes in a groove.
Yeah.
Fell out of that groove. So they were going to cut that and reattach it to my arm. But when they went in there, it had fallen back into the groove.
Oh.
So they decided not to do that. So
and
they
you're having issues with side pressure, right?
I was having major issues, side pressure. Yeah.
So now it's, Chris, it's what? This Thursday, I think, was 5 weeks post seeing region options and getting the umbilical cord tissue put in. So like, it feels like it's starting to get better, and I'm doing like a bunch of sides trying to heal it. But dude, that is the worst. Like, Chris and I are training, and like my hand feels incredible, my wrist feels great, and then like any side pressure, my hand just goes, and I just get like excruciating pain in my shoulder.
Yeah, you just lose your strength because of the pain. Yeah, that's what was happening to me. So like, I'd be fine here, but as soon as I'd go sideways, like, nope, I would just open up.
Exactly. And like, if I'm like fully pronated, like I can hold a decent amount.
Yeah.
But especially once my palm gets up and it gets on that bicep, it's like, fuck, like, kills me.
Dude, the surgery was terrible. It was not fun.
How long ago was that?
3.5 weeks ago.
Man, time flies.
You're really in the thick of it right now.
Yeah, but every time they do a shoulder surgery, they always give you a nerve blocker.
Yeah.
So when I woke up, I was in all this pain, and the guy's like, "Hey, sorry, we didn't give you the nerve blocker." And I'm like, "What the hell? Put me back out and give me the nerve blocker, dude."
It's like you forgot.
He said because my hand felt a little bit numb before the surgery. I think just from my shoulder and all that, and so he said he didn't want to irritate my nerves further. And I was like, irritate the hell out of them, dude. I don't care. So, they give you painkillers for like 2 days, 3 days, and then that doesn't even really help, and then that wears off, and you're just thrown to the wolves, basically. So you take Advil for a couple days. Now I'm just not taking anything because it's just like nothing really helps that pain, you know.
Did you get any of those? Like, so I had my AC joint, like basically just like arthroscopically, they went in and they just like cleaned up all the the buildup and crap and whatever, because my AC joint, like, there's no cartilage there anymore, so it's all like calculus buildup. So they cleaned all that shit out. Have you had any of those, like, you'll move and you'll get a massive pop, and like it's just like a build of a scar tissue that pops, but you think you tore something right off?
Like, yeah, like I'll move and I feel like a little, it's like a tiny little pop, like I'm like hitting a little speed bump or something.
Yeah. Oh, that's.
And I'm like, oh, what is that? But it's hard to tell because I haven't tried to lift my arm like up over my head yet. But I stopped wearing the sling like the first week. I was like, screw this.
Yeah.
Like I can't sit in that thing for 4 weeks.
My ortho was literally like, dude, when you want to take it off, take it off. I'd rather have you moving than not moving. But like, I remember, I've told Chris the story so many times, like for so many years before I had that done, like I would take dumbbells and like I could grab like a 40 or 50 and do side raises. But the problem was like on rep number 4, the left arm would just kill me. And then the right arm could keep going. And like maybe 4 weeks or 5 weeks after surgery, I went to the gym and started like with these 5-pound dumbbells. And I started doing side raises, and it was the first time in years that I got a pump in my left shoulder. I literally started crying in the middle of the gym. I'm like, this is the greatest thing ever. Like, like super bro. Like, I'm like, oh my God, does anybody see this right now?
I offered Ryan my 50 leftover oxycodone, but he didn't want them.
Oh, that's
I'm good, Dave. I got enough problems. I don't need a drug addiction. No, but the funny thing is remember way back I had hurt my shoulder like way before the Paul Italia match, and I wasn't 100% from that. And I think one of the tears, the doctor mentioned, he's like, one of them looks like it's older than the other ones. It was probably that. Because I never got surgery for that one. I just lived with that one, and it kind of started to get better over time.
Yeah.
But so one of those partial tears was probably the one from before.
Yeah.
But
what sucks is mine that I'm like trying to heal with like the stem cells is it's a slap tear. So like where your bicep tendon you said went through that groove, where it attaches to the labrum itself.
Yeah.
Like, so if this is like the labrum and it's attached, now it's pulling and peeling. So like every time you activate the bicep, it's literally like pulling that like opening open.
Yeah.
So like literally just grabbing a bag of groceries, I'm like, oh,
it's like,
so like
peeling back an onion.
Yeah. And I'm like, and they're like, oh, just immobilize it. It'll take time. And I'm like, dude, it's been since I had a super match with Leroy on Knuckles Up 1. Like, so I'm like, I'm hoping that these stem cells work, because I'm just like,
don't go do a surgery.
Yeah, I do not. I trust me. And that specific surgery, is like they want 8 weeks of immobilization, and then they want like 8 more weeks of PT, and then it's just like massive,
it's ridiculous.
Massive recovery.
Yeah, they wanted me in that sling for 4 weeks, and then start PT at 6 weeks, and then they were like, you might get full range of motion by like 6 to 8 months. And I'm like, what? So I just took that sling off, and I'm like doing stuff on my own. And then I scheduled PT 2 weeks earlier than they suggested. They'll know if I can move around or not when I get there.
Are you
the doctors, they were going to want me to be, if I had the surgery, which I didn't absolutely need, 6 weeks. And that was one of the reasons I was thinking, no, absolutely not. I'm not going to spend the whole summer in that stupid thing. And I went in there to see the same surgeon. He did I got a cortisone shot. And he said, that was how I was able to play golf on Wednesday, because everybody's waiting for fall. Nobody wants to run around with the damn, their arm in a sling over the summer.
Yeah,
it's true.
Well, they started me doing PT. And then after a month of PT it didn't get better. Then they did the MRI, and the doctor that did the surgery was like, why did they have you moving it around for a month before doing an MRI? Like, they probably did more damage. And I'm like, well, that's good to hear. What the hell?
I see we have the one of the executives of Texas Arm Wrestling League in the chat. I don't know if you've done any negotiating with anybody in Texas to have a qualifier down there yet.
No, we are open. The lines are open, especially in the Midwest. Yeah, please.
Yeah,
reach out.
love a Texas qualifier.
EAL, dude, would be awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Todd Street of Amarillo, Texas. And one of the people in Texas that knows what he's doing, as opposed to those who don't. But
I'm actively recruiting for you guys.
Thank you. Honestly, really appreciate it.
The more, the merrier, as long as they're not near us.
Yeah. Well, I think that's another thing too. Me and Will were talking about, right? Like, yes, it's true that there are a few, obviously, in our immediate area. But if you think about the concentration of people, like we have. New York City in our area, we have Philly and Boston. Like there's so many in this tri-state area. Like
the upper New York area, when they throw a tournament, it doesn't affect ours at all. Like there's no overlap there really.
Exactly.
Maybe one or two people tops, but
so
there's no overlap, especially when you're staying a few weeks or months away from each other. It's not gonna.
Yeah, it's just the people who are like really willing to drive, you know, and when it's more than like. At least we've noticed when it's more than like 2 hours that you get like a massive drop off of people who drive 2 hours.
Yeah.
And I mean, July and June were so stacked with tournaments. Like we didn't even bother throwing one because we're going to step on someone's toes and someone's going to be pissed.
Yeah.
And then the first one we plan, someone throws one on top of us anyway. So I'm like, screw it, dude. Let's just throw them whenever we want at this point.
It's a little like, I know there's been a few people who've tried to like, what was the name of that thing, Chris? I don't know if it was a good or bad thing because I'm not as involved in it as much as Chris is.
What are we talking about?
But wasn't there that guy that was trying to put like a coalition or something together or something?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. We all know who that is, but yeah.
Oh, so
well, dude, here's how. Like we were in it. Me and Dave and we're in that coalition, right? So what gave me the worst feeling about it right out of the gate was he wanted everyone to submit their dates. So me and Dave came up with some dates for the year and we submitted them. And he goes, no, it's too early. And then a month later, we submitted them again. And he's like, those dates are taken. So I'm like, dude. So then I started noticing that person was involved in almost every single tournament in that coalition. And I'm like, okay, the light bulb just went off. I'm like, now I see the point of this coalition. And then, the shit hit the fan with our stuff anyway. And so we just left and like 3 or 4 of our promoter friends all left. And we just decided, let's just do our own thing.
Gotcha.
I mean, in theory, it would have been good if it was organized and ran properly. But now we just tell everyone, hey, if you're throwing a tournament, we'll put it on our list. And everyone that we show that list to, we just make it clear that, if you're going to throw a tournament, try to avoid these dates.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of how it should be. I mean, you got to remember, it comes down to the whole fact that like we are, a free market capitalist society. If somebody decides they want to put on a tournament, great. Like nobody's going to stop them. You know what I mean? Yeah. But of course, like if we keep talking with each other, like like we are now, and that kind of stuff, and I think we'll be able to at least somewhat mitigate all that craziness.
Yeah. At TAL, we put ours out about a year in advance for the schedule.
Oh,
nice.
Cool.
Oh, that's amazing.
We're trying to get to that point. It's just like we want to have like 5 or 6 tournaments that are annual so that we don't even have to think about the date. It's always going to be on that date at that venue.
Yeah.
Unless it grows to where we need a bigger venue.
Yeah. One of the reasons we did that out here in Texas is because this past year we had 23 tournaments and about 5 or 6 different promotions that were in Texas. So, I mean, that's almost one a weekend, one every weekend. It got really cluttered. Texas is big, but it's not that big.
Yeah.
Sean Hancock there, he's got a got an event coming out in September in Amarillo, and then we have state in Lubbock in November, where I'm from. So, we're going to have two big events in the northern region pretty soon, or towards the end of the year. So yeah, but we got to space it out. We try not to step on anyone's toes. There's some promotions that don't care, and that they'll just come in anyways. But and I'm not going to say who that promotion was, but they don't have any events in Texas this year. I'll just put it that way. So they had 5 last year, and it's like, mm-mm.
Yeah, it gets wild. It definitely gets wild.
But no, as for any collaborations and stuff like that, that's what I heard earlier. That you really have to talk to Billy Ortegas on that, because we're very selective on what we're going to do. Greg Sharp's come in, with some of his, and that's fine. Sean Hancock came in. It's just, and then we have at TAL we have 5 events, so 4 qualifiers and a state event every year as well.
Nice.
So we try to spread it out, and then Mark Perez, he has everything out in New Mexico and West and El Paso area. So we're trying to help support him out there as well for the Northwest regional type stuff. There's a lot of Southwest regional. There's a lot of Southwest regional tournaments. So it's like any, mini, miny, which one's which right now.
Yeah.
But,
yeah, we're trying to tell. I don't know if you heard. We thankfully are bringing arm wrestling back to the Arnold Classic this year. So
awesome.
Working on a bunch of qualifiers. We have obviously 98 that are going to be hosting one in PA. We have a New York one. We're going to be hosting one in New Jersey. We have one in Canada now. We are working on one on the west coast, possibly down super south. Poland is in the works. We do have South Korea, Bulgaria is in the works. So we're trying to just obviously, get as much coverage as possible.
Right.
But we're still missing that Midwest. That's the last little bit. And I know Texas is a big, big arm wrestling state.
It is, and I can't speak for the whole league on saying that we wouldn't host an Arnold Classic qualifier. We've done an East versus West qualifier before.
Okay.
So I mean, Texas is not. Like I said, I can't speak for the whole state, but
we
Texas
won't hold that against you.
Yeah. Right. Oh, trust me, we had a few words. Of course, we had the whole Sarah Ray deal, but there's a lot of people that kind of said, hey, I don't know how I feel about this anymore. And there's some people that say, well, we're just not going to throw our names out there and say anything because you never know.
Yeah.
But that's where it gets political at that point, and it's just like, do we want to deal with that hassle? We just kind of let things go how they go. If someone backs one of our directors or something in a corner, then yeah, we'll stand up for it. And Billy did a good job of that, and so did Paul. Paul he stood up and said, hey, listen, this is what the situation was. I got it under control. It's done. And at that point, it's been what it was. But as for major qualifiers, the Arnold's Classic is a good one. I could possibly table that discussion, and see where it lands. But we definitely don't just immediately turn something down. We kind of dig in and say, okay, where would it be able to fit in? Do we put that in one of our regionals in one of the major cities in Texas when we're doing that, or how does that work? Obviously we can't have every qualifier or one of every qualifier in Texas, but it's nice to know that people want to come down here. We're all about bringing, what we have to offer to other qualifiers, and we'd love to see other folks bring what they have to offer down to us. So it's a give and take kind of thing. So we have a few folks that like to travel a lot and make their rounds, and that might just be another one that could be on the table.
Cool.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And me and Ryan have talked about it before too, right? It's the whole intention with trying to get other promotions involved with the qualifiers, because we kind of know our strengths and weaknesses.
Right.
You guys are already great at putting together tournaments, and obviously it's already a well-oiled machine. So in terms of working with you guys. It's really just to give an avenue for more arm wrestlers to make it to the Arnold, and ways that we can also kind of collaborate and say like, hey, for anyone that didn't know how good Texas Arm Wrestling League is, hey, we have a global platform. Why not highlight it? You know?
Yeah, we're not just good in our own backyard, so we reckon we welcome people to come down and test it. You know, if they're king of their backyard, come see how you do in ours.
Yeah.
You know.
Unfortunately, we're stuck working with this guy over here.
Yeah. So no, anything's up for discussion. It just, we really have to take a hard look on, but I don't see anyone really trying to say no to maybe an Arnold's qualifier. I mean, that's kind of a big deal, just a little bit, but,
don't get yourself banned. Don't get banned.
No. Arnold's a big deal. So
the winner of the Arnold, don't forget, also does right arm winners will be getting a spot on a future Knuckles Up pay-per-view, and then left arm winners will also be getting a spot, but it's more match dependent.
That's good promotion for some of our guys, and we have a few guys that are at national level, so awesome. Maybe they could use a little bit of the exposure and come and take those spots that you're talking about.
Exactly. I also just want to visit Texas. Awesome.
Sorry if my son's running back and forth in the background. I don't know if y'all hear him or not, but he's playing Spider-Man. So
that's awesome.
He's 5 and already has a mean top roll.
Love it. Nice.
I'm gonna put mine on mute for a minute.
Another person I was thinking of, maybe like Greg Brown in Arizona. Would be a good one.
Oh, sweet. Yeah,
that'd be sick. Now, the real question is, Ryan, are you going to make it out to Ohio?
Fucking right. Yeah, right. I'm going there. I'm going to put 30 people in our trailer.
I might be one of them, just so I can get a ride.
Dude. We'll have to get a 98 jet.
Nice.
Whoa.
Well, you guys have a better chance of getting a jet than us.
I don't know about that. I can fly it, but I don't know about buying one.
Well, technically, Chris knows how to fly planes.
That's awesome. In the buildings?
Yeah, literally, specifically. I can take them off. I can't land them.
Right. Maybe this building will slow me down.
What license do you have, Chris?
I just have my PPL.
Oh, Shell also can fly planes.
I saw that. Yeah, I saw the old school photo of that, which is pretty dope.
Very cool.
Yeah, I thought of getting back to it because I thought, I could expand my, my practice routine. I could hit New Hampshire or North Carolina in a day, and it has just gotten so expensive since I got out of it. It has really gone.
It is, yeah, and it's tough, especially with New Jersey weather and stuff. But
rental's just ridiculous.
What were you saying, Will?
Have you ever been to the Arnold?
No, this will be my first time. Yeah, I can't wait.
Fucking blast, dude.
Dude, I can't wait. It's gonna be awesome.
It's just 3 days of absurdity. Everything you could ever want about like fitness, health, freaking sports, everything.
Oh, dude, I'm a beacon of health.
Yes, exactly.
When I think of health, I think Ryan.
Exactly. Don't worry.
Hey, not only that,
most people think diabetes.
We got all the Chris and I
heard diabetes.
We were talking about at practice the other night. You go out, you take the biggest backpack you can find because everybody is there to give freebies out. And they said, especially if you are there the last day, because nobody wants to haul their crap home or ship it home, you will leave with so much loot you won't be able to carry it.
Yeah.
Put some stress balls on eBay or something.
I mean, I've gone to a lot of big expo shows for like in my trade, and you leave with tons of like fucking pens, everything you can think of. Like, how many pens do you really need?
No, but in this case, how many drugs do you really need?
Yeah, Dave.
Yeah.
Well, you said depends, but
different.
That's more of a question for Nanya.
Oh God. I noticed we're missing a few characters this week, so hopefully I'm not summoning them. I missed last week. I was at a family reunion, man. I was unplugged, so
Me too. I let Dave Shell sometimes take the lead, and I get off this thing.
Yeah, those are the late night off topic discussions that, it's like the lamb chops play along. It's the song that never ends.
Yeah. Like the first couple hours are good, and then after midnight, don't ever watch after midnight.
Nothing good ever happens after midnight.
Nothing good happens after midnight. Yeah, I'm excited about the Arnolds being the first one I go to, and us being a qualifier for it is pretty cool.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be absolutely sick.
Yeah.
Joe,
I'll try to carpool as many people as I can bring with me.
Yes, Sandale Sound is going to be helping us set up our booth and everything too. So we're literally trying to, and we'll be bringing like the same level of production that we have like at our pay-per-view to the actual booth itself, which is
nice.
Nuts. Yeah, it's going to be freaking
awesome. That's going to stand out compared to everybody else like crazy.
Oh, it's going to be like, my goal is for like, so I also work another booth at the Arnold. My fiance runs the animal booth for like Animal Pack, the supplement company. So this thing called Animal Cage, which is wild. So I'm going to try to figure out a way to split up my time between the both. But they won best booth last year, and I really want us to win best booth this year.
Dude, isn't it outdo?
Get all the
that could cause some domestic problems.
I mean,
is that going to cause problems in the relationship?
I think he's having technical difficulties. I don't know if you can answer that question.
I just didn't realize what was being said until just now. And well, if I hadn't been there last year at that booth, we wouldn't have even had the Arnold. So that is a fair statement, Chris.
That's cool.
This is fair. But does that mean we're winning best booth this year?
That's a great question.
I mean, just from seeing the events you throw, I would have to, if I had to bet that you guys will do something amazing. So
yeah, it's gonna be pretty crazy. I mean, I'm just super pumped about it, but yeah, it's just gonna be nuts. I mean, we obviously we have Fridays the tournament all day long, right? And then Saturday we're on the main stage for 2 hours to run like the top 4 of every weight class in left and right arm.
That's awesome.
We're also like, what was really cool to hear from like the CEO of the Arnold, like there's Arnold and there's like their whole like board of people that run the entire thing.
Yeah.
Was like they were like, we don't just want there to be like arm wrestling on the stage. Like we want people at your booth all weekend. So now we're planning stuff all day Friday, all day Saturday, all day Sunday. Wow. We want super matches. We want just like as much stuff as we can get going, like additional tournaments and just like competitions and like obviously by then we'll have our new handle for sale, so we'll have people like show people how to use that. Like we're probably even thinking of doing a some Q&As with some like really like well-known athletes, and then even like maybe even possibly like a small seminar of like, this is how you do this is how you do that, blah 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 blah.
Yeah, that's good. That'll be cool.
Levi with the
I'm gonna have to take a whole week off and just stay out there for a week.
Honestly, you need that. After that, you feel like it. You're like dead.
Yeah. I'll probably lose weight walking around.
Yeah, genuinely.
I just realized on camera this looks hilarious. If I put my hand right here.
Like, do you have to do that while on the podcast?
Yeah, right. Definitely getting more views this week.
Especially Dave Shell doing that on the podcast.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
So the Southwest Regional qualifier y'all are talking about, what time frame are y'all looking at?
Let me check
for the Arnold.
For the Arnold. So because you are, it's not as much dependent on the time. So for us, for our end, we want at least 2 months to be able to help promote it for you and all that type of stuff, get the medals for you guys and all those types of things. But it's a lot of it's also based on like region wise. So because you're literally like smack dab in the middle of the United States, you're far enough away from every other tournament that's going on that you could essentially just pick whichever date you like, as long as it's done before December 31st.
Gotcha. Gotcha. So yeah, I'm just looking at the schedule and everything, because I think our state tournament in November might, be too late. And there's a couple other events that are stacked on some of the same days. I think Tim has one stacked on one of the same dates that we have a qualifier. So that'd be kind of two majors going on at the same time. I don't think this year would work with doing a TAL one out here, but for next year, I think we'd definitely be able to entertain that. I just had a side conversation real quick. I like to find intel out as in real time. So it's definitely something we might be able to work on for next year to incorporate into one of our qualifiers. So keep that in mind if you want.
Oh, we'll definitely stay in touch 100% for sure.
No, I appreciate that.
Yeah, we can probably fit one in this year, and then we're going to do our first one next year will be Winter Blast for 2026, and then we'll probably do one a little later in the year,
which is going to be so sick. I can't wait for that. That's going to be so awesome. Does that mean Chris?
I can't imagine how big Winter Blast will be. Arnold's qualifier plus gods the night before.
Mm-hmm.
Oh some of these qualifier tournaments and stuff, they're going to start turning out major crowds like we used to back, before COVID, when you'd see 400 or 500 entries at a tournament. So I think we're moving in the right direction as a sport doing that. As long as it doesn't get too complicated and too overcrowded between promotions, there's definitely room to be able to have some of these major regional tournaments and get those numbers back up to where they used to be.
Well, like in our neck of the woods, the East versus West thing, like a lot of like small little tournaments became East versus West.
Yeah, that wasn't supposed to happen.
I think that took away from like the prestige of it up in our area anyway. Because it's like every little tiny tournament in a bar was like an East versus West qualifier.
Yeah, if we had done that out in Texas, we would have had about 7 or 8 at least. And I mean, that's just crazy.
Yeah,
really?
it takes away from it,
Yeah.
That's why I like how Knuckles Up is doing it. Like, you guys are really spreading it out and not just letting anybody throw one for the hell of it.
Oh yeah, Todd. That's something we should mention. So the way it also works is like, if you do, like, let's say next year you decide to work with us, and there's no one else currently in that region, like, you have the first refusal within your state the following year.
Yeah.
You took the step to, like, for example, like Ron, like, now has obviously PA like locked down, right? New York has New York locked down. We have New Jersey locked down. So then, like, because that is something that I will say, like, as a testament to the previous organization, like USAA, when they were doing it, that was a similar thing that at least they did with us. I don't know if they did that with others, but like, if you were willing to do it, like, then you have the right the following year to be like, yes, I want to do it again, or you can pass off to somebody else.
Right. So it looks like our Western qualifier is on the same date as a tournament out in Arizona. That's a qualifier. So that one wouldn't work. And then I think, the next big tournament that we have out here would be our Texas State in November. And that's that one, I think it might be a little too late. I'm not sure, but it would November is a little ways away, but nonetheless, that is our state tournament too. So
no worries.
Yeah. No, I'm just trying to think. I'm like, man, what would it this year? Maybe just, damn. But next year is definitely an open book for having a qualifier matched up with one of our qualifiers as a major event. So it definitely bring people to, maybe Dallas, Austin, Houston area. So where we have some of our bigger turnouts anyways. And, Amarillo's got a nice airport, but, a lot of people don't want to come that far north in Texas. But, Sean picked it for a reason, and so he might keep that spot in Amarillo. And if Amarillo has that big tournament up there every year, then, we're looking at one of the other larger cities to throw that. So,
Todd, where are you like located, based out of?
Lubbock.
Oh, okay, cool. Do you know how? I mean, I don't know the geography well of Texas, but do you know how far, like, the Fort Worth area is from you?
Fort Worth is about 4 hours. Dallas is about 5 hours.
Okay, gotcha.
So, yeah.
Gives me a little bit better bearing. But yeah, I have a couple some friends who recently moved out to Texas.
Okay.
They've been telling me I need to visit. That's the way of life, and that I should be moving there to buy a house and get the hell out of New Jersey.
Hey, I mean, I was up in Groton, Connecticut for a while, so if you get out of that area, I mean, I can understand why.
Oh yeah.
Everyone in Texas has a wall around their property.
That's the way it should be, Ryan. There should be a wall.
I won't go into any wall conversations. I'll just put it that. But it seems to be a touchy subject.
Yeah, I bet, especially down there.
Yeah, we're quite a ways away from anywhere where a wall would be, though. So, well, I am at least.
I'd like there to be a wall around Philadelphia.
Yeah, you're not that far from Trenton, right, Ryan?
Yeah, I'm south of Philly.
Yeah,
he's just trying to keep the Amish out of his backyard.
Trenton's nice.
Yeah, or Camden.
Yeah,
Camden,
nice places to vacation. Kensington,
Jersey.
Yeah.
We have the advanced version of the Amish out here called Mennonites, but no.
Yeah, we got a lot of Amish in PA. Certainly.
Well, we were talking about that the other week on one of the podcasts on how they just get together and move a whole barn with their community by hand, and I'm like, okay, I was like, I hope the Amish never start an arm wrestling league because they're just going to come through and decimate everybody.
God.
Massive.
Have you ever watched that shit? Like have you ever watched like an actual barn raising? What they do in a day? It's freaking wild.
Yeah.
That shit is like fascinating. Like they'll have like 300 people, and in one day they have like a full like house and barn built.
Yeah, Jethro and Jebediah don't play.
Yeah, hell no, they don't. They're like, man.
And I'm glad they don't have social media so they can't hear me talking shit.
Yeah, exactly.
We need our tables made by the Amish.
That's why they don't come to tournaments. They don't see our flyers and stuff on.
Now, hell, those would be made out of solid wood, though.
That's what I'm saying. But they would be solid. Like, look, if you haven't had one of those Amish whoopie pies from the side of the road, you're missing out. Okay, just saying. Those desserts they make are fire. They're awesome.
We're working with we're trying to we're in conversations with the Boy Scouts of America to try to get like strength sport on as like a badge where arm wrestling, you know what I mean? Like maybe the kids could come to an arm wrestling practice or
a merit badge.
And a merit badge. And then the other thing would be they could, as a project, they could build an arm wrestling table and donate it to a local team that needs an extra table.
Aren't there child labor laws against that, Ryan? Just saying. Mr. Exploitation over here. No, I'm kidding.
Like, hey, let's have the Boy Scouts build handles and stuff.
It's a sweatshop now.
Oh God!
Probably Winter Blast will be like we're trying to get the Boy Scouts to come up and go to Winter Blast and compete. So that'll be cool. Trying to get some kids in the sport.
And actually, the Amish are already into arm wrestling in some areas. That's Noah Byler. That's Noah Byler.
Is that AAA? Our Amish Arm Wrestling Association?
That's Noah. Bill Runkle, I run for his money, but we do have some Amish already in it. But
that's a shadow over his shoulder. I thought that was a tattoo. Holy shit!
Josh Munzer.
Now,
Will, do you own property in New Jersey now? Are you going to get hit by the "screw you, you're leaving" tax or not?
I thankfully am only a renter, but the only way that I'm leaving the state is if Chris leaves with me. So
it's a package deal.
Hey, come on over to PA, fellas.
Yeah, that's not an upgrade. That's a downgrade.
We'll give you guys an office in our 98 headquarters.
That would be cool. We're looking for an office, so that works.
We're just not. Texas just isn't accepting folks from the West right now, the far West. But we've had some few folks come in from the East that are okay.
What about a very right leaning, gun owning Greek / Macedonian who's very handsome?
Well, minus the last part. Come on.
Oh,
That's funny.
no, I've
No, but seriously, New Jersey, if you own property in New Jersey and leave the state, there is a special tax that basically you get a screw job selling your property. You know,
really?
That's so crazy. I didn't even know.
So instead of like a capital gains tax, it's a you want to stop contributing to our economy, and we're going to tax you for that.
Oh,
Like now you can't leave.
I think California does the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'd probably pay that one to leave. No, sorry.
Yeah, I second that.
Is that like me having to pay a toll to leave the state?
Yeah, what's the GW at now? Like $26?
Yeah, it's something ridiculous. Yeah,
that's crazy.
It's wild. If you're like if you look at the 18-wheeler price, it's like absurd.
Dude, that's why no one goes to those Long Island tournaments, because you hit all those tolls and then you still have to drive an hour into the island.
Oh, I absolutely loved Paul Cruz's pool party that he had last year.
Yeah.
But it took so long to get there.
Yeah.
Yeah, the traffic was rough.
When like Steve Black and Mike Bisman threw a tournament in New York and I went to it, dude, it took forever to get there. And I was like, this is why I think people don't come to this.
It takes twice as long to get there as to get home.
Right.
You know, honestly. And it's about $32 in tolls coming from Allentown. And it's more than that coming from Philadelphia, because they have the New Jersey Turnpike, which I don't, and their toll bridges are more expensive than mine because we're farther upriver.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's 30-some bucks, and it takes forever. But as we say, you gotta get into New Jersey for free. You got to pay to get out.
Yeah, 100%.
Now you can't sell your house. It's like once you're there, they lock the door and they're like, now you can't leave.
What's wild is the disparity within the actual state, though. Like, so, oh shit, what's up, Paul? Paul's watching.
Paul's up in the air flying.
Oh, is he?
Yeah,
that's pretty official.
Did he just had surgery with his
kidney stones, right?
Kidney stone, yeah. That sucks. That's painful.
Yeah,
super painful.
Oh,
I don't wish that pain on anybody.
Not everybody just lets loose a dime size like bait, and it just falls out loosely.
That is ridiculous that Dave did that.
Now he knows what it's like to give birth.
Yeah, essentially,
maybe worse.
Worse, yeah.
Lucky with that one.
Yeah.
Oh,
I still have it with me for show and tell in case somebody wants to see it.
David's a loose urethra.
oh god, that's gotta be fucking horrible.
Yeah.
My dad had those, and I thought he was literally gonna die. His blood pressure.
Yeah, but usually they're in a lot of pain from like a little speck of a stone. Dave had a fucking golf ball and didn't feel a thing.
That's fucking crazy.
He's like, I gotta use the bathroom. Yeah.
Oh, Paul said it's all good now. That's good, man.
Well, in fact, that was October, because they want to do an ultrasound in October on the first anniversary to see if there's anything else developing. But I got that in my date book.
Jeez, it's like
the winner of the Arnold's qualifying tournament. They either get Dave Shell's kidney stone in a ring or a medallion. Just kidding. I don't want to sully Knuckles up.
Hey, back to just the right people.
Yeah, you might get the right crowd to come out there.
I thought keeping my tonsils in a jar was one thing. Jeez.
My God.
It's like a badge of honor. Yeah.
Look at this one. Paul said he pulled the stent out with pliers last night.
Oh my.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
My God, Dave.
Jesus, Dave.
Dave, that looks like a piece of a meteor.
Yeah. How did it get in?
Oh my God.
He probably had to hock to it on that thing to get it out.
Dude, that's viral right now.
Oh, I had to. Sorry.
That's so funny.
Ow.
The AWU chat renamed themselves that do a thing.
Oh, she don't hawk to her. I don't want to talk to her. What? No, that's horrible.
That is one of the most horrifying things I've ever seen.
Yeah, yeah. That was pretty. Ouch.
That wasn't even like, man, that was rad. That was just fucked.
Looks like a hard candy.
Oh god.
Jeez.
That's a Werther's original that's been sitting in the sun.
Yeah. It's like your great grandfather's Werther's original that he left out too long. Oh my god.
I went to a.
How did you not feel that though? Like, how did that not hurt?
Oh, I bet it did.
Oh, he said he went to urinate and he couldn't urinate.
No, it was the only thing that hurt is it was blocking the urethra, so I couldn't go. But no, the actual, they were trying to decide what to do about it at the emergency room, and basically I was trying to piss into the urinal, and all of a sudden something went thunk, and I said, "Oh, I think we solved our problem." It cut loose and popped it in the urine. Yeah.
So much for my midnight snack.
Unloaded, literally.
The real question is who reached to the fucking urinal to pull it out? What the fuck?
Yeah, did you just pick it up, Dave?
Well, no. What we did is we, like kind of a strainer, because I said I want that, and so they just put it in like a, something and dumped the urine through a strainer so that the thing was, yeah.
I want that. Get it bronzed. Put it on your mantle. Get it bronzed.
Yeah. To change the subject, I was at something we were just talking about. I was at Henny's, thing. The first time he went to the VFW for his, right? Yeah, and I said, excuse me. I think it was when we were still in the at his backyard, and somebody said to me, "What do you pay in property taxes?" And I said, "Well, I'm in a row home, so it's a little bit less or whatever." And I kind of added the school district, county, and city in my head. And I said, "Oh, about $2,000." And they said, "A year?" They were paying like $12,000 on property taxes in North Jersey.
Yeah,
that's nothing.
It is. Yeah,
my mom's house wasn't a big house. It was a 3-bedroom house. $16,000 in taxes a year.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And it's just why. I mean, but what I was going to say before, the disparity within the state. A friend of mine from the gym just bought a house like out west, and his taxes for the whole year are like $6,000. It's literally half the taxes. They are, just like 45 minutes west of here.
That's crazy.
Which is just nuts.
So you're saying don't move to New Jersey?
I guess I'm fortunate. Well, I say fortunate. As a disabled veteran, they where my rating is, they don't require me to pay property tax. So
that's awesome.
For up to I think $500,000. So and even after that is not that much, but
service. But
Jesus,
it's awesome.
Yeah, the money's great. I'd rather not have the conditions, but nonetheless, I saw that and I was like, oh, so that's a perk, sort of getting jacked up. But hey, looky there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Well, and then some of the fastest growing counties in Pennsylvania are on the New Jersey, are on the Delaware River, because folks are, like you say, they move out. The folks that can't afford Morristown anymore, move a little bit farther west, and they take a look and say, "Holy crap! If I jump to Delaware, my property tax will go down. My car insurance is in half. We have a flat income tax, not a graduated income tax in Pennsylvania." And actually, the county in Pennsylvania with the highest percentage, not the highest number, but the highest percentage of Latino is Monroe County, which is a boondock county that East Stroudsburg's in, right on the Delaware River, because they just can't afford the city, and they move out.
Well, one thing also, they're not making any more land, so everyone's trying to buy up property wherever they can, and if it's got a feature, a geographic feature or something like that, they're snatching those up quick.
Yeah, that's crazy. I went to Montana in 2020, and I've been watching land prices there ever since, because I told my fiance, I was like, that's where I want to die. I want to be buried there. Like, I absolutely love that place. And in the past 4 years, the mass exodus from California that's moved now into the areas that I was looking, the prices have literally doubled over the past years.
Hey Ryan, show the Montana page profile picture.
Oh, geez.
That I love that one. I made a few of the state pages for 98, and the Montana one was probably one of my favorites.
I mean, he made all of them.
I mean, about 90%.
Let's say 98% of them.
Well,
there we go.
In all fairness, he didn't make the one. He didn't make the original New Jersey one, just the good one, right?
Oh, the original. Oh, yeah.
The one with the amusement park, but the gag one at the beginning, they did one kind of look like chemical dump, basically. Well, chemical factory.
I didn't do that one, I promise.
You did not do that one.
Burger did that one as a joke, and it was like the sewage plant.
I did a few parody ones. I think Ryan's got those locked away, but
Yeah.
Original California was kind of funny, but
yeah, that's true.
But no, the Montana was one of my favorite ones. It just fit.
I don't know. Are we allowed to show the original California one during Pride Month?
Oh.
Oh God, no. Well, we can do anything we want, Dave. But
there's another channel we're not trying to be like.
We're trying to take the high road here, Dave. For once.
You send that one via private message, There you go.
Here's the Montana one. Like Yellowstone.
That's awesome.
That's so great.
In all fairness to California, now that people are wondering, California was perfectly clean. It just showed these two dudes. It was the Golden Gate Bridge in the background, and these two dudes arm wrestling in Speedos, basically.
Fair.
Yeah, I mean, hey, when in Rome.
And then the little Easter eggs and some of the ones with Bigfoot in them, and a moose versus a lobster from Maine. It's fine. It's hard to find characters arm wrestling on Google, but if you search hard enough. Oh.
Yeah, but let's see if I can find something here. I think, oh my God, what's he up to now? Let's see.
As long as it's not another item that you passed.
Right? I don't think that was a kidney stone. That might have been petrified. Never mind.
Fucking old hockey puck or something.
Oh, so that's what they keep from the circumcision. Got it.
Oh, Lord.
That's fucking crazy. Oh, my God.
Oh,
Ryan, I was going to ask, are you doing any peptides to heal your shoulder?
Everyone keeps telling me to, but I have not done any yet.
So if you don't want to have to, because obviously you have to use a little insulin syringe to put them in there, which is a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
My chiropractor actually sells oral peptides, and they're legit. They're absolutely fantastic. They're a little bit more expensive, but it's so simple. You just take the pill, and I've used both of them, BBC 157 and TB500, the oral version, and just as good as the injectable ones. They're awesome.
And do they make a difference? Do you notice a difference?
Massive difference, especially in the healing process too, because BPC increases collagen synthesis, so basically healing the tendons and ligaments.
Yeah.
And TB500.
Oh God!
What the heck is this?
What in the God's earth?
What's going on there, Dave? Can you explain?
That was actually a tournament in the Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania area. Dan Critchfield showed up like that to. He's not exactly across from it. Everyone was trying to keep a straight face, but Dan Critchfield decided to be amusing. But
that's some confidence right there. I'm not against trying it out. I've been taking some collagen with my protein shakes and stuff, but I haven't taken the step to try that. But
get a stem cell sponsor too.
We got one. Will actually got some
use it. Yeah.
But I'm not against it, so I would try it.
Yeah, I'll send it over to you on Instagram, his page, or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's awesome. He's a powerlifter himself, and he's like had a bunch of things or whatever. So what's cool about them is like the oral versions of them for the longest time like would get destroyed in people's stomachs.
Yeah.
What they figured out is if they attach it to like a salt group, it bypasses the stomach and like absorbs.
Gotcha.
It was the only way I was able to arm wrestle like before I like for the after pull at Knuckles Up 3. I was taking the oral BPC because I got the stem cells like 2 days before. That's not going to kick in 2 days, obviously.
No.
So
is that the one that you recommend, BPC?
Yeah, especially for like post surgery, BPC 157 is like a no brainer. And the TB 500 along with it works great because then it brings blood flow to the area. But you could also do that with just like a massage gun and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, the BPC is absolutely awesome. I bet you Paul, if Paul's still listening, Paul's probably used BPC 157.
He actually is one of the people that recommended getting it.
There you go.
Oh.
Yeah. Because of his bicep tears and all that stuff that he went through. He was, but yeah, I just haven't taken the step to get it yet, but I'm not against it. No,
yeah, it works really, really well. And like technically, it's not like if someone's trying to be like, oh, I want to be natural, like it's as natural as you pretty much can be. Like it's not like it's not really it's not really hormonal in a sense. So you're not gonna fuck like long story short, it's like insanely safe and it's not gonna fuck you up at all. Like it's not gonna get off of it like, oh my god, I feel like shit. Like it's awesome.
Hey, whatever speeds up this process, I'm game.
What is
all I say is if it jumpstarts the healing process or advances it in any kind of way, why not?
I've used it multiple times, especially like before I have my shoulder surgery, after I have shoulder surgery, in prep for any competition. I've used it multiple times when you're so beat up from all the table training that like everything hurts. It will like drastically help reduce the inflammation. And we just got Ryan. The next time you come to the gym, come to practice, I'm getting your ass in one of our cold plunges. We have cold plunges at the gym now. That's 42 degrees.
Those are
if I get in it, won't it overflow?
No, because I
cannonball.
Displacement matters.
Yeah. Fill it up after I get in.
Do the cold plunges help you with weight too?
Like losing weight?
Yeah.
Not necessarily.
Okay.
Like they do increase your metabolism, but it wouldn't be anything significant. It's more of just for reducing inflammation in your entire body, and there's a lot of good mental benefits from it too, and you sleep better as well. They just suck.
Yeah.
Chris did one.
I mean, I've been icing my shoulder a lot. That takes some of the pain away.
Oh yeah.
But
I just got about 80 pounds I got to get rid of. Nothing much, just I'm tired of pulling folks that are 6'4", 400 pounds. I
want to lose an entire Chris Thorendo.
That literally is. We did add, by the way, Todd, we added a for that exact reason. So like I'm 310, and I'm also sick and tired of because I'm only 6'2". And I'm sick and tired of pulling people with hands that are twice the size of mine and that are like 6'5" and up. So we did create for all of our qualifiers. They have a 275-pound class now.
Nice. See, I had gotten down to 265. I was 320, so I'm 5'9". I was 320 at my heaviest. I got down to 265 last year, and now I'm sitting around 280, 285, something like that right now. I kind of rebounded, got off of everything. I'm starting to look more into this carnivore diet deal. I don't know. And it's for a lot of people, they've got some success stories. I don't know if it's more of a fad deal. I'm also type 2 diabetic. So, I gotta be careful. I'm thinking maybe some of the carnivore stuff, but, or partial type carnivore and only the greens through supplements or something. I don't know.
Yeah. I've had, my background's in strength and conditioning, a little bit of dietitian work too. I used to have my CSCS. So one of our teammates and the guy that does our productions for Knuckles Up, Joe Sandell, he's actually doing the carnivore diet.
Yeah.
Dropped already 40 pounds, I think, doing it.
Wow.
Yep.
But for someone who's diabetic, yes, be careful, but probably sticking to more of a keto style diet, but
right,
leaning towards carnivore, it's great because you're as long as if you treat it correctly, you're always satiated because you're eating meats, so that'll keep you full for a long period of time.
Yeah.
And you're never spiking your insulin because it's meat and vegetables, right? You're not like taking in massive amounts of sugar or carbs.
Yeah.
So it alleviate a lot of your diabetes symptoms as well.
I can literally bacon wrap everything and not have to worry about it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Pretty much.
So, yeah, but no. So the problem with my weight is I do have an eating disorder. It's a kind of a half and half. It's half bulimia and half Alzheimer's. I'll binge and forget to purge. So that's horrible. That's horrible. Sorry.
You had me going for a while. I was like, damn,
You have me
that's
for
tough.
there.
Yeah, I was like,
Hey,
man, how
man.
are we gonna help with this guy?
One of these days, I'm going to do a set, a comedy set. I may have to be sober for it, but I don't know. I'm just oh,
That's great.
That's awesome.
it's one of those. Hey, I need the last 2 minutes of my life back after you tell that joke. But
That's fucking killer.
but no, yeah, carnivore seems like it's something that I'll lean towards. I like turkey and chicken, but they said, hey, throw an avocado in there just to get the more fats when you use the lean meats. So
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm a big red meat guy, so like all those types of diets I've done well with them. Like I do have a lot of carbs now with like my coach is like I'm doing more of a bodybuilding style diet right now, and it's been working well.
Yeah.
I did keto for a very long time, and it does work. I keto on the verge of carnivore, but it was not as drastic. But it's worked very well for me. It's just like when you decide to not do that diet, you need to like slowly reincorporate these.
Right.
If not, you'll blow up like a motherfucker.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying. You mean a diet where I can eat a lot of red meat in Texas? That's called barbecue. All right, I'm in. I'm just gonna have a whole half of a brisket for a week, and or maybe 2 days. I don't know.
Sounds so good.
Oh, dude, you have no idea out here. It is awesome.
Oh my God, Chris, that's it. We're taking a trip to Texas. That's it.
There you go.
Yeah, no, I have family out there, and that's exactly the moment I land in the plane. I'm just like, guys, find me the nearest barbecue because I'm in the right place.
Give me a turkey leg and a side of ribs and some smoked brisket.
Here in Philly, it's like, what? Give me your biggest steak, and they're like, we have this 6-ounce fillet. You can order. Give me 6 of them.
That's great.
No, I want a 30-ounce porterhouse out here. Come on.
Yeah, buddy.
Exactly.
Well, speaking of steaks, Sean Hancock's tournament is at the Big Texan with that 72-ounce steak challenge.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Man versus
That's cool.
food. That's pretty sick.
So if ever y'all wanted to come out to Texas and come to a tournament, that's one. And then, like I said, Texas State's in November too, so it's always worth a flight out.
When in November, what is Texas State's?
November 16th, I believe.
Chris, and we're competing on December what?
December 7th and 8th, I believe.
Could be a good way to get our feet wet again before we go to Tennessee.
Hell yeah. Y'all come out, man. Meet me, meet Billy, meet everybody. We can always have those other discussions for next year, while you're at it.
That'd be awesome.
I think we got to go to Texas. All right.
Hey,
Vacation.
there we go.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, bring me back a steak.
I gotcha.
We'll send it. We'll send them to Buc-ee's and get them some of those beaver nuggets. I don't know if y'all have ever heard of Buc-ee's, the giant gas stations.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh yeah,
Awesome. They're great. I think
I've
they're trying to
heard of
build one
beaver.
in our area, actually.
Oh wow.
yeah. They're expanding a little bit.
When I say our area, it's like 300 miles south of here, but it's like closer than Texas.
In Texas, that's like, oh no, it's just 6 hours away. That's not bad.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, when you got a state that you can drive 13 and a half hours across, you're going halfway.
Yeah.
I complain when I'm going to the beach tomorrow morning. I'm like, shit, I got to drive an hour and a half. Damn.
Yeah, we don't count the miles and when it's driving in Texas. Like, how many hours is it? It's about 3. Okay, that ain't bad.
Oh, that's wild. On the bright side, though, like me and my wife, we did kind of like a road tour, like Austin, Dallas, and Houston. But it's completely just like there's no traffic. You're just on the road, so it's actually nice driving in comparison to like New Jersey, like tri-state area. That's what sucks. You're not driving actually far, just tons of traffic.
That's how it felt when I went to Arizona. Like just
open
driving
road.
out, like it's open road. I'm like, and then I found this one road that said absolutely do not enter. It's like an Indian reservation.
So you turned right.
I just drove down it and I just kept waving to everyone, and they just waved back like I belonged there.
Yeah, I mean, just act like you belong somewhere and you're good. Just be careful in Texas. There is one place called Cut and Shoot. So just saying. That's literally the name of a town near Houston.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. But
awesome.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to. We have a tournament. Well, it should be August 10th. I'm just waiting for confirmation, but it's at a PJ Wheelahands. I don't know if you guys have those up there, but it's in Cherry Hill, New Jersey.
Oh, okay.
What is it?
It's like a bar restaurant, but they built this huge addition on it. That's this giant stage, and they made a music venue.
Oh, nice!
Oh,
So
sick.
we're
Okay.
renting that area.
Awesome.
Are you
So
guys gonna
hopefully- and that's the one for the Sean Latimer New Jersey State Championship one that we're throwing.
Oh, sick.
That should be cool.
Are you guys live streaming it?
Yeah.
Awesome.
yeah, hey, and if y'all come out in November, we're going to be having it at a place called Bombshells. So yeah, that's a pretty good venue.
Oh, sick.
Nice. Yeah, we finally got like all our own equipment to like at least do the minimum of like a nice live feed. So that's we're gonna start doing our own live feed for like our smaller tournaments and stuff. And
Oh, sweet.
That's awesome.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's even like so now that Chris and I are like, so one of our goals this year is to, not even this year, this next like probably four months is to like on the way to the Arnold is to really expand our presence like over social media, like especially like YouTube, Facebook. Like we just got Restream, which is awesome. I know you guys use StreamYard.
Yeah.
But like looking into the like, I was like, yeah, like I have. Thankfully, we're set on the audio side of things, but I feel like that's the cheap side. Like once you're getting into your cameras, like when I watch Paul's podcast, I'm like, geez. I asked him, he's like, yeah, my camera was $4,000, and I'm like, oh my god, like I can't spend that on a fucking camera. Like,
yeah, but dude, we got some live feed cameras that are 4K on Amazon, and the live stream comes out perfect.
Really?
And they were like $200.
Yeah, even if it reduces down to 1080p, which is what most people's carrier is going to provide for a live stream.
Yeah.
As long as you're streaming it, or as long as your equipment is two or three steps above what most TVs and stuff are actually going to display, then no, you're doing great.
Definitely, Ryan. If you could text me whichever camera you guys use, that'd be awesome.
Yeah. For the live feeds, yeah.
Yeah, for the live feeds, yeah.
Or are you talking about like a camera for podcasting or?
Well, actually both, to be honest.
See, like for my audio, I use the Rodecaster.
I have that.
Yeah, that thing is perfect for audio.
Yeah.
For video, we have. I'm not using it here, but for our live feeds, we have. I'll send you the link, but it's one of them is like $140, and it's so clear. So there are cheaper ways to go about it, and it's HDMI, so you can use it HDMI and go right into whatever. But we used 3 of those at Winter Blast, and then we used just a regular, like I have like a couple of like Canon SL2s.
Okay.
So, but it's just as clear as those small cheap ones. So it's like by the time it gets on YouTube anyway, it all looks the same anyway.
Yeah. Which is such a bummer. Like we were also like we're talking about like with like the stream, like not a lot of the streaming services allow like the end user to like change the quality of the like because like if they were to just bring it down to 720p, like they'd be able to get it better. Not almost most of them don't allow you to do that. Like Chris, I don't think East vs. West does that either, right?
No, yeah, it kind of is defaulting to whatever is most optimized. But then, like, obviously, like, you can't set it to 720 if that would have been better for you compared to somebody else. Yeah.
Right. In order to clear out the buffering, sometimes the playback is as low as 720.
Exactly.
And then, you know, I mean, when it comes to direct streaming versus the end user, 4K to 4K, that's nearly impossible. Even with a fast fiber connection, it's super rare. So the most you'll probably get is a 1080p playback resolution, but a lot of them, in order to prevent the buffering, default back to 720.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
We bought
I don't know anything about it. That's just
it sounds like you have no idea. It's crazy.
Clearly.
Have you seen those Black Magic ATEM things? It's like we can run like 8 cameras simultaneously and switch between any 8 of the cameras.
That's sick.
So we bought one of those. I mean, we probably will never do 8 cameras. I don't know, but we at least do like 1 per table and then maybe 1 on like the announcers or something. So
like Sam, who's one of the production guys that works for Joe.
Yeah.
At pay-per-views, he like what's so cool about them is they keep reinvesting in themselves. Like, oh, we're gonna use this feature at Knuckles Up. Great, cool. Like, we're gonna buy this so you guys.
Yeah, that's awesome.
The stuff that they can do is just wild.
Oh, dude, right? It's ridiculous.
Like, I'm watching him like, you know, put these graphics that are flying in and all this shit and all this stuff, and I'm just like, he goes, "Hey, whoa, look, I just hit this and this," and I'm looking at it, I'm like, this is total gibberish to me. But if you say it works, fucking great.
Like, I was talking to Chris the other night about you know how we sponsored each other. I'm like, how about we just both put each other's logos up and then not sponsor each other?
Yeah, honestly.
Instead of just handing the money like back and forth, like
barter.
Just put your logo on all our stuff.
Exactly. Honestly.
That ends up happening a lot of times. Like, even like we've had that happen with certain situations with some of our other sponsors where it's like, oh, thank you for this. Like, oh, well, that was basically a loan, so here's it back. You know?
Right. That's kind of what happened, and it dawned on me. I'm like, why just keep doing this? Like, we support you guys anyway, and you guys support us. I was like, screw it.
The real
so
is
as for sponsors, I'll tell you one thing. Go whatever city that your tournament is in, go to the economic development side or the sports side of the economic development board. And what they normally do is they'll sponsor an event based off of, you know, how many participants are coming and stuff like that. The way that they get their grants to pull through to cover that money is based off of hotel taxes and that kind of stuff. So there is a little bit of paperwork, but for state, the one that I'm doing here in Lubbock, we got a $1,500 sponsorship for Texas State this year, just from them.
Oh, that's awesome.
Our normal regional qualifier here in little old Lubbock, you know, we normally get about 500, and you know that's based off of 160 entries, you know, which equates to maybe 200 people, 230 people coming in, and then whatever the hotel taxes stem from that. So it's always, if you can always find your economic development board member that's on the sports side, they will always try to help sporting events coming into their town, especially those that people are traveling into and staying at hotels for.
That's awesome. Definitely looking into that. Yeah.
Well, New Jersey, when you hit that guy up, that you have to pay them.
Yeah, you got to bribe them first, right?
Like, yeah, okay, 1,500. All right, we'll give you 750 of it. Just give us the rest.
Right. Yeah. It's like that doesn't make sense.
It's like we're laughing, but it's true.
We probably could do that for Winter Blast, like with Philadelphia or whatever town. I haven't looked into it yet, but I know we talked to the state senate in New Jersey, and they will actually print you out like certificates for all your competitors that say that you're like it's a championship in that state.
That's pretty cool.
So if you guys throw a tournament and if you hit up whatever town, whoever the constituent is of that town, they can get you some extra certificates to make it like a legit thing with the state. So that was kind of cool.
That's awesome.
That
Are
is
you
awesome,
in
actually.
the same venue next year for Winter Blast?
No, bigger one.
No shit.
Yeah,
Awesome.
we decided to
Isn't
go.
that a good problem to have when you outgrow it?
Yeah,
Mhm.
it was pretty packed last year.
Hopefully they
Yeah.
won't have a fire alarm again.
No, actually, we have to talk to them because, Arm Gods does their like smoke and sparklers.
Oh
So,
yes.
like they're gonna have to shut the fire alarm system down, and we probably will have to have a fireman on site.
Yeah,
Got some sparklers, some
Yeah.
wing dingers, and
You guys probably ran into that too. Like when you do stuff like that, you have to have like a fireman on site. They
Yeah.
probably charge you for like a 4-hour block or something.
For Knuckles Up 1 and 2, Chris had to like track down who the like fire marshal was and
Yeah.
an extra person on staff, and then make sure they shut the alarm. Like, the whole
See, I work in that field, so like I'm used to that because like if I have to swap out a fire panel and it's not going to be done overnight, then they have to have a fireman on watch overnight, 24 hours while the fire system's down.
Oh, wow.
Especially hotels, anything that has occupancy.
Mhm.
Hotels are really strict about that because you have tons of people staying there. So
Yeah.
hey, come on, Firewatch.
yeah, you leave the fire watch. So we're gonna have to run through that this year for Arm Gods to be able to do their
Mhm.
super matches and all that.
And you have to be on time if you have a challenge match this year.
Oh, dude, we're not doing any at Winter Blast. We're not doing any at all.
Sorry, too soon.
Enough. Holy Christ, dude.
Yeah.
Hey, we all deal with
Nanya has now this week. Nanya actually like threatened my life and my family.
Oh my
It's
god.
like-
Oh, that's
With
who you're
what?
talking
Twig
about.
arms?
Yeah, yeah. He was like, if he sees me, I'm dead. All this stuff. I'm like, okay.
That's just the white powder talking.
Yeah. Like, here's my address.
Wait, but was this like a serious thing or him just fucking around?
No, he was pretty serious.
What?
Oh my god. That's ridiculous.
Is there a backstory to this?
Yeah.
Oh wait, what? Yeah, remember at Winter Blast?
At Winter Blast, right?
I know that he was late. Like
He was late. But what people not everyone knew that he didn't come up with the money to pull Paul. So his dad came up with half of it, and our good buddy Dave Shell here came up with the other half because Dave didn't want, we promoted the hell out of that match, and so did Paul and Nanya. So Dave loaned him the $2,500 for the other half, right? So then all that crazy shit happened at Winter Blast. He didn't pay Dave back the way he originally agreed to. So he did pay him back, but not the way he agreed to. So he had some other sponsors throwing money on the match. So instead of giving Dave his $2,500 back, he gave him $1,000 back and said, "Get the rest from the sponsors." And just kind of So that was kind of shitty. But then that next week, Friday, he came on the podcast and he starts attacking Dave and calling him every name in the book. And I was like, no, dude, I booted him. And I'm like, he hasn't been on since. And then he's in that AWU chat. And
then wasn't there a video of him being high as a kite talking about it too?
Yeah. So he was in the AWU chat talking trash, and I finally just let him have it. And I was like, dude, you're like a druggy scumbag. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
And he was like, I'm going to kill you when I see you. And he started talking about like my wife and daughter. And I'm like, come on, dude.
Oh, he's not the only one, though. While you're at it, he's not the only one. You also have that whack job from Georgia who basically
Eric said he's going to kill me too.
He's trying to stir other
Eric's racist.
stir up a conspiracy theory that Paul Italia and Ryan Grondin were in this conspiracy to scam me and talk me into loaning the money to Nanya, and it's like, what the hell? It's they have this big.
Arnold also says that I scammed Dave into adding 98 to his will, and I'm like, I didn't even know Dave was going to do that. He did that on his own, like.
And it's just they just
thought about killing Dave, but
mostly they were scamming me because they made this up, and the actual fact is that Nanya did call me and said, basically said, hey, he didn't have the money, and he admitted, if you remember, he was raising all this hell that he wanted Paul Italia to sign his real name, his birth name, not his business name. So he admits to me the only reason he's raising hell about that is he's hoping that Paul is going to say screw you and back out so that Nanya, doesn't have to admit he doesn't have the money. Okay. So I'm thinking, I said, all right, I talk to Ryan. So I called Ryan. I said, look, would you tell me I was a complete fucking asshole if I loaned him the money? And Ryan actually hesitated for a moment, like he was trying to say I was a complete fucking asshole. And he said, no, but don't give him the money, give it to me. I'll hold it in escrow. And so I called Nanya back and I said to him, this is a deal. And he said, well, I didn't expect that answer. And I thought, yeah, you probably didn't, because the last time you were on Friday night, I told you were a fucking asshole and you should shut the fuck up. But whatever.
Hey, Sheldon, Grondin, I say this. I'm saying this to you personally. You do realize that most of the threats and all of that Nanya makes, it's all like about spiritual. It's like a spiritual economy that he's trying to take everything away. You know, he wants all of this. Yeah. He wants all of the spirit. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I mean, he's kind of a weirdo anyway. But super chat from Yak. So Yak Toast, please donate this to Nanya to help feed his son.
I mean, like, if you talk to him for too long, I feel like you get spiritually, exhausted, like emotionally flattened, by all the bullshit.
Yeah,
he was on here one night, dude, and he had a bag of mushrooms, and he's just eating them like they're potato chips through the whole show. And I'm like, oh my God.
It is close to midnight, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Sorry, had to.
Figures Nanya comes up right around the midnight mark. Yeah.
I pulled that string. Sorry.
He's unstable, and I thought it was unprofessional that he showed up late to his match and then kind of tried to flip it like Paul was the one who showed up late, which was not the case. Paul was early and on time.
Dude, he played his part very well, and I think if there's a way to reason with him that there could be a way to work past the behavior that's inappropriate, but I just haven't found that path of communication with him.
Yeah, same with Harlan. Harlan gets a match and then he says ridiculous things, and then the promoters that he has a match with cancel it because he's crazy. I'm like, dude, you're your own worst enemy.
You got to cancel toxicity. Just saying.
I mean, that dude's crazy, Eric Harlan.
People get super matches, Ryan. I could wipe the floor with all
David
of them.
Kotlau gets some super matches on AWU.
No, you guys let Nanya play his game for like a fucking year, bro.
Well, Nanya and Paul really wanted to make that match happen, and because I went and pulled Paul in Arizona, he was like, I'll do a match at your tournament and I'll promote it. So it ended up being Nanya that became the his opponent. But after that whole thing with Nanya, I regretted it. I'm like, dude, we had to stop the tournament, and then you're late, and then it was just bullshit. Like,
well, and how it became Nanya is Nanya, if you recall, was the one that said, I'm challenging Paul for $5,000 because he said Paul wouldn't take it.
And Paul took it, and then at the end of the day, Nanya didn't even come up with $1 for that match.
Chris, I think that's a killer way. I think we should raise funds for our pay-per-views by you and I just calling out people that we know that we can beat, and then we're just
$5,000. Yeah.
Ryan, super match, you and me, 5 go.
I don't have many people.
That's the dark side of errors. Is like once the statistical anomalies are gone, and there's just logic that defines your matchmaking, you basically choose the winner and the loser. So, and then it becomes like, are you a good storyteller with the winners and losers you choose? Or are you a piece of shit scumbag who lets the biggest fucking shit talker around fucking get better at shit talking on a bigger stage because that's the script you're selling?
Yeah.
Yak wants to know what cigarettes you smoke, Andrew Wood.
Right now, I'm smoking Lucky Strike 100 Reds.
There you go. You heard it
Is
here.
that one of those He-Man non-filtered cigarettes?
I usually smoke
marijuana.
I smoke one of those things called American Spirits. But I do also like those camels unfiltered. The unfiltered camels are pretty cool.
Talk about nostalgic brands.
I'll smoke a Marlboro Light, but that's only because it's like a party affiliation cigarette, you know? Like there's always a Marlboro Light at a party.
Okay.
You know, I was thinking earlier when you were talking about all this technology that probably the reason it was going over my head is that on the way out to West Virginia today, I was discussing, telling Tim Lewis how I took high school physics and chemistry with a slide rule. I was explaining how a slide rule works. So it shows my basic vintage. So when you start going on about these 4-power what the fucks, it's like, hey, what the hell do I know about this shit? But,
Is what you're saying, Dave, is that you use an abacus in math class?
Nope. Slide rule.
David, have you ever heard of a 10-pick?
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, I'll save that one then. That's more for frequency analytics, but yeah.
Dude, at Winter Blast, I think because a lot of people flew in, like we had a lot of dragons left over at the end of the night. I'm like, dude, no one took their dragon? There was like 12 dragon trophies left over. I was like, holy Christ. And then someone stole a dragon, and I'm like, they could have had 12 for free. Like, you didn't have to steal one. You could have just asked. And
Chris, do you have your dragon?
Do I have my dragon? Of course. It's like underneath my TV. It's on my TV stand.
It's not in front of his TV, right? It's underneath his TV.
No, on my TV stand, so I can see it every time I go and watch TV.
Hey, Grondin, did you see Matt Mask do the old Hawk 2 to set the hook?
Oh, Jesus.
Did you see that?
No, I did not see that.
I guess I'm the only asshole who will make the joke, but hey, man, if Hawk 2 is the trend, then fucking Matt Mask, man.
Can I get some Hawk 2 tonight or what?
Yeah, dude. Matt Mask, man. The
Dave Cotlow wants some.
The Hawk 2 champion of current year. Did he spit on the opponent or the table, or did all that end up on the floor? Because it looked like there was some hypersonic spittle.
I
think went straight at his opponent before that big droopy thing went down.
Mm-hmm.
It was. You gotta love it though.
That's an ejection. That's an ejectable offense in soccer. Just for it to be in the general direction of your opponent, that's an ejectable offense. It doesn't have to touch your opponent or even be close to your opponent. Just like if you're pointing at them while you spit.
Well, dude, think about someone pulling Jerry Caderet. Like you're gonna sweat on you and drool and
with the tongue thing.
Tongue action, dude. It's just like whipping spit all around.
What if that's why he got the name Wild Horse? Because like when those horses and bulls and stuff, when they get real riled up and they're fighting and shit and bucking, they're fucking snarling and their snot's going everywhere. He was given that snot the good old Hawk 2 treatment, man, right onto his opponent, and was like, "You're weak now." And the guy was like, "Yeah, you're right, man. I wasn't ready for that move."
Dude, it's ridiculous the things that go viral.
Mm-hmm.
It's like,
yeah.
I spent when that first came out, and I went the very first 10 minutes, and I saw it, and I'm like, now I got to spend a half hour going to look up why this is viral.
You got to spit on it.
Yeah.
Hawk 2, man. I'm telling you, bro. Fucking, you guys can take it how you want to, but
I think she deleted all of her social media profiles.
She did because at first they thought it was a different girl, and that poor girl got blamed for being that girl.
Oh Lord,
it wasn't even the same girl.
Yeah,
I would usually take extrajudicial steps and force kids out of play and have to talk to their sporting staff for remediation before they could re-enter play. Before I would have to get to the point of ejecting someone. Because once you eject someone, the game is pretty much set, you know? And there's no real, I've seen it maybe once or twice where someone gets a fucking red card and the team that gets the red card wins, you know? Or they get a second red card and they still win. Some fucking crazy sicko shit like that. But yeah, usually when someone gets ejected, it's game over.
Wow.
What does that one say? Armbreaker 3000. What?
Which table is that?
I think he's maybe referring to the Mac table.
Someone broke their arm on it. I didn't know that.
Well, I mean, I was thinking about like, you know
Yeah.
how like everyone regulates where you need high density foam padding,
Mhm.
like a 1/4 inch of it underneath the top.
Mhm.
I was thinking about just running raw metal, and it would totally be an arm breaker.
Yeah.
I mean, really, the tabletop really doesn't need to be padded. Let's be real.
No, it's regulated like that because you'll fucking crack your elbow dropping down on it.
Oh, if you have like a really quick like elbow foul, you mean?
Yeah. So if you look at the WAF regulations on how they build their tables, their specifications, it does specify a 1/4 inch of foam on the tabletop.
What did you guys think of the Mac table?
As much as I love like the innovation and stuff. Like we purchased our Mazarenko table for Knuckles Up. Dude, they make they're so nice.
Mazarenko's #1, dude. They got great.
So nice. For now.
I can't believe that. I mean, I'm jealous, but like just to be able to, produce something that's you can thread and actually assemble, and it's like kind of structurally stable.
Oh, it's solid.
Yeah, that's special.
Yeah, no, they do a really, really nice job. I mean, it is pricey, and the worst part is like, Chris, what was it like $500 to $600 in shipping?
Yeah, I think just shipping alone. Yeah.
Yeah. So
And Mazarenko tables, you can also have a platform, or their platforms are with built-in risers.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So Combat Arm Sports, I'm partial to them because it's a Texas veterans-owned kind of company, or LEO-owned company.
I've noticed with a lot of promotions and also with the risers, like especially considering that I'm over 6 feet tall. Depending on how I stand, I could be literally 18 inches to the side of the table with the toe of my foot.
Yeah.
And like, I don't want the referee standing there, and I don't want a spectator standing there, and I don't want to fucking be against a wall. And if I'm using a riser, I also want the riser to extend beyond the width of the table so I can actually get a stance, and put some lateral loading.
Yeah. 100%. The first ever platform that I made for like our like in-house tournaments at our practices, I made it like an extra, I want to say like it goes about 8 inches to the left and the right of the table. So you can like step outward, right? Instead of stepping down.
Yeah. That makes sense.
It makes such a big difference.
Yeah, so my platform for my combat table, I have it where the risers go outside of the legs.
Yeah.
So it goes out a little bit. I don't know exactly how far. I think it's 4 foot wide total. But yeah, they just snug right in, and there's maybe a 1 or 2 inch gap that whatever the cross member is, just that's the only gap there is between the two risers if two people are using it. So yeah, you can go left or right, either way you need to on that, instead of just having the inner area for that go straight back. So yeah, I like it.
Difference too. I think, isn't there a rule in I think one of WAF's rules is, I don't know if it's based off a height, but Chris, isn't it like your hip can't be above the table if you're using a riser, right?
Yeah, I think that's the idea, right? Because it's like at that point, if your hip is over the table, then it's like, what's the point of needing the riser? I mean, you're not at a disadvantage. Yeah,
that's exactly the point of using the riser. I mean, like I've used the riser before; it's hilarious.
Then you have people jumping on top of the table, anyways.
Some people use a riser and their hip's still not at the table yet.
Yeah.
We're getting a request, Todd, for the front of your hat. Someone wants to, would you please show the front of your hat for Navy and all right.
Oh, awesome. Sick hat.
Yeah, excellent.
Yeah. Submarine Navy.
It's cool.
A great head of hair too. Yeah, come on.
Oh yeah. Let me tell you.
Give the credit too. I'm thin, man. I'm thin.
I got a full thick head of hair. It's not going anywhere.
Well, Will had a full head of hair till he started Knuckles Up.
It just falls on.
Once he started working on Knuckles Up, it just fell out.
Yeah, Alan Fisher has a donut table still, doesn't he? I think I've heard stories that he still has one.
Oh, with the donut pads you're talking about?
Yeah, and then
Oh,
someone
those are
way
cool.
up north, a big fat dude, someone else on the like eastern side has one too. I think.
Yeah,
So.
Danny Gillian has one of the ones from Over the Top at his place.
What?
Oh, that's
That's
so cool.
awesome.
He got that from the late Gary Ray.
Oh
So
wow, that's really awesome.
Will
Yeah, dude, if
Houston Arm
you
Jam
get the
wants to hear you
opportunity
play
to go to
something
Danny Gillian practice, man,
from one of
that's
your
like
axes behind you there.
that's aces right there, dude.
Like that.
So lucky to get into a Danny Gillian practice.
Are those just for show, Will?
I will admit I haven't played them at least a year.
Oh, you talking about guitars back there?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's been a minute. It's definitely been a minute. There's also a tuba in the corner, which I'm most proud of.
The tuba.
Your tuba skills?
My tuba skills highly outweigh my guitar skills.
That's just an air bass, okay? So.
Can you tuba the national anthem for Winter Blast?
Yes.
Oh,
That would be epic.
Yeah.
Could you really do it?
I 100% could do it. If you say
Dude.
yes.
Oh God, Ryan,
What
please.
do you need? What do you need for us to pull that off?
He uses the hot tuba technique.
All right, that's a go for Winter Blast, dude.
I thought we had established, those who recall our previous programs, we'd established an earlier program that the tuba was actually a sousaphone.
Okay, so I do have a question as promoters. Would you ever use a table? If I built a table with circuitry so that you could shock the competitor.
Isn't that happening?
That's what
Arm
Arm
Gods?
Gods, yeah, I think they're doing that.
Yeah.
What?
Would you guys would that be something that you would utilize if, like, I say I rented the table to you for $50 for the weekend?
Dude, I would use that as a prank, just at a prank.
Oh, there's something else behind that renting the table for $50 a weekend. I gotta. Where's that stemming from?
Just don't tell anyone that.
Well, I don't
Andrew
know,
always has an angle for coming up with this stuff. Where's that stemming from?
The irony of intellectual property.
Oh, okay.
Anyways,
Dude, I'm psyched about
the
tuba.
core basis though, like if I could actually put up, like, I mean, because you could wire up the hand pegs, and if you wanted to, you could even just do the whole circuit through the hand peg. You know.
Oh, wow, that's wild.
We had the bagpipes at the one Winter Blast.
Oh, that's.
I mean,
by the
if
way,
you look, all you have to do is core the hand peg, and you can just put one lead on the top and one lead on the bottom, and you can just
Ryan.
run the circuit through the whole hand peg.
Yeah.
don't think that I'm the only one here. Chris knows how to play the saxophone, and
Oh,
I have a saxophone.
Dude, can you guys do a duet for the?
I will guarantee you I will not be playing at Winter Blast. I don't care.
Come on.
I don't care how much you pay me.
I only play the skin flute.
Yeah. Nice. Will you play that at Winter Blast?
No, probably not.
He has to Hakua at first.
Should you do you think the tabletop itself should also have circuit, or do you think the hand peg is enough?
I guess technically only hand pegs guaranteed shock, right? I guess if it's the tabletop, they'd have to slip off the pad, I guess. That's like an elbow foul?
No,
you'll know if you elbow foul for sure.
I mean, if you shock someone on the hand peg, wouldn't their hand just close and hold on tighter?
They can't let go. And
That's what they say about a hot doorknob, dude. And does that ever happen?
But no, you got to think of it this way. Do the opposite. Attach leads to the people, and if they let go of the peg, they get shocked. If they're elbow, they get shocked. So
I don't know how that would work.
Oh, you can definitely figure it out somehow.
The only thing I would be interested in is how far out the field of electricity would radiate while I was waiting for that circuit between the table to complete, you know?
You got to have a proximity sensor on there.
Frying all your streaming cameras.
Yeah,
you know?
the ref just gets caught.
We're not talking about a EMT, or EMP, I mean.
We should set up a Tesla coil right in the middle of the
just getting caught
both pegs are a Tesla coil. Just lightning coming out.
Tesla coil is hanging above the table like a disco ball.
That would be awesome.
That's awesome.
Jesus Christ. And we're definitely past midnight now.
Yeah,
You can make the whole edge of the table electrified, and then use that as the other half of the circuit to the hand peg, and you could do like a much more powerful circuit that way, and get the whole body involved. Snap some muscle off the bone, get the fucking get the amperage way too high.
That's funny. Guys, I gotta be up early in the morning, so I'm gonna head out. But I really do appreciate you guys having us on.
Hey, thanks for coming on. Anytime, man.
It's a pleasure meeting you guys too.
Forward to it.
Hey, hit me up, brother. I wanted to talk to you about a few things. So
yeah, of course. Yeah, our line's always open. We'll be in touch.
Cool.
Thanks.
Bye, guys.
I want 5% of every person I get, you guys.
The referral code.
Yeah.
Thanks again.
You guys, I have a question for you before you leave.
Oh, yeah. What's up?
Would you ever think about institutionalizing technical referees monitoring high-speed cameras that are on pre-assigned planes of the field?
That's actually interesting.
I feel like one camera you could use caddy corner, and you could carry the field of the elbow pad height, and then on the other caddy corner from there, you could run a similar camera and cover tabletop.
That's actually really cool.
Or pin height. I guess it would be pin height, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Tune in the house.
Like once it breaks that plane. Hey, I wouldn't be against that. That'd be pretty sick.
Yeah.
But why would it be so hard to get 4 people? Or you would only really need 3, or you could have like a team of people watching these cameras.
Yeah. I mean, like what they have in the NBA, where they like essentially goes to review, and it's like, all right, everyone assess what the camera said. Yeah, I'd be down for that. Yeah.
But why hasn't that become more common? I feel like gaming the setup and then gaming the pin, and getting a little bit of a float and a superhuman height advantage momentarily. Psychologically dominating your opponent because of some obscene scenario that shouldn't exist in tightly controlled sport.
It would be easier to do for super matches, but in a tournament, it would slow it down if every guy was like, let's go back and look at the replay.
Yeah.
We'd be screwed.
That's why you have qualified, trained referees.
Yeah, and if all their job is that one plane, and they're just watching for elbow lift,
Yeah.
And like, let's say you run 4 cameras, so like they're like one camera watches the elbow plane, one camera watches the pin pad plane, and then they're watching.
Why would you do that when you can hire Travis and he can sit in a corner 30 feet away and ref all 4 tables?
No, really, you can, dude. Like in soccer, like I mean, like at least for me, like after reffing for like 10 years, you can just see by body language who hit the ball last.
That is actually pretty cool.
And then you also have like auditory noises that you pick up on. There's a bunch of cues that you learn, and you really don't even have to watch after a certain point. You're just like, this is happening.
Yeah. If once we get the budget and the staffing, I'd love to implement that. Honestly, it just make like there's so much less bias.
But you're never going to get the staffing that can do like a tightly controlled match unless you implement tools that allow them to perceive it in a technical manner.
Yeah,
and then you're talking about a lot of money that most tournaments won't be able to have to support it.
4 cameras on one table, and you have just 2 streams per technical referee, caddy corner from each other, and you can eliminate any technical deviation from the sport.
I got one even better for you though. You were talking about electricity. If you know how like I don't know the terms I'm looking for, but like if you have like the fucking like you have a battery and like 2 ends on it, and then like the light bulb lights up.
Yeah.
Right. Like, you could probably make it to where if you gave every putty and like a certain material elbow sleeve, that if it's on the pad, there's like a light, and if they lose contact with the pad, the light can go out.
Oh yeah, you could put like a pressure sensor in
So
the
if you want to go to the
pad, and when you lift off that pressure, it completes the circuit.
If you want to go the light setup, the power lifters already have 3 light setups on hand that you can rent or borrow or whatever from them if you're friends with them. And for that, you also need a bird's eye view camera dead center on the table. And that way you can have a third official that's all white lighting center of the table.
Yeah, I think definitely 10 reps per table, 10 cameras.
No, the two caddy corner referees and the bird's eye view referee are the 3 white lights on the powerlifting setup, and that way you can implement a system that's easily translatable to honestly one of the best recruitment pools for arm wrestling.
Yeah.
So
that too. Yeah. That's
And on
hilarious.
that note,
I'll leave you guys to it.
You guys go have a meeting about that.
it's never going to happen because America doesn't want to go to the Olympics. We'd rather just get roided out. It's easier.
Well, I think if America ever went to the Olympics, that's where they'd implement it.
Well, it's never going to happen.
Wood, you scared our guests away.
They don't want to be degraded.
Crazy
by
Uncle Jim in the
defiling
house.
themselves
What's up, buddy?
What's up, man? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go! Yay!
Don't you got a super match coming up?
I already had the super match. I guess you're not subscribed to my YouTube.
I haven't been online much because I can't really type well with my shoulder thing, so I haven't really been looking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I did have a super match just for a place on my team because my team has like a ranked list. So it wasn't like anything for a trophy. It was just to get on our ranked list. And I can't remember what number I pulled for. I think it was like 9 and 10 or 10 or 9, like something like that. But it was right and left. And it went well for me. Yeah. Greg Brown had a super match against a really strong guy that beat me. And, dude, Greg Brown's... When I joined Greg Brown's team like 9 months ago, he was like strong. But I think I could have... 9 months ago, I could confidently say that I think I might have been stronger than him. And now he's just like, dude, Greg Brown's leveled up like in the last few months. Dude, Greg is fucking hella strong all of a sudden, man. Greg leveled up, man. He's hella strong. Like,
is he hitting the juice?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
But not, man. So like, I don't know. Greg Brown's looking hella strong right now because, yeah, dude. A guy that
actually.
Yeah, when I joined the Gorilla Arms like 9 months ago, I think I could have probably beat Greg, and then he just beat someone that kicked my ass, and I'm like, damn, dude, Greg's hella strong right now. But no, it's going good for me. It's going good. I actually stepped away from arm wrestling a little bit because my brother introduced me to a friend of his that does powerlifting, and he kind of was like, showed me, he's like, you seem pretty big, pretty strong, and he saw like some arm wrestling videos, and he was real curious about like arm wrestling, and he was also just curious about like how strong I was, so he invited me to like his gym and showed me the bench press, showed me the deadlift, and showed me the squat, and I think I'm
his penis?
You know, no, I just really like powerlifting. I think another thing is powerlifting. There's like tested events, so I can go against other people that are natural.
Oh boy!
Because the one thing I will say is I went to Arizona State as a super heavyweight, and dude, those guys were they were fucking massive, dude, like huge. Like I have 20-inch arms, and I'm 320 pounds, and these guys dwarfed me, like just dwarfed me. And nothing against anybody that takes the juice, you know, but I seem to be pretty good at powerlifting, and I'd like to like do some tested events, and yeah, so like my bench press right now. 2 months ago when I went to go see this guy, I pulled 405 without straps on the deadlift and then 455 with straps, and it felt good. And then I bench pressed 275, but my bench press has gone up a lot, which is great because it was my worst lift. Currently, I'm at like currently I'm at 295 for a 6x6, and this week I'm jumping to 315, and I'm gonna work myself up to a 6x6 or 315.
Can you say
And I'm
curling?
like,
What? Can you say the curling part again?
not currently. I'm doing like powerlifting stuff right now.
What was that? What was that word that sounds like curling?
I didn't say anything about curling.
Oh, currently. Sorry.
Yeah, currently, yeah. But I met this guy who does powerlifting, and I just walked into the gym and did 275 on the bench and then 455 for the deadlift. He showed me some squats, and I kept the weight light because I didn't want to hurt myself on squats, and I'm just like working my forearm on squats, and I actually ended up pulling a muscle in my lower back when squatting. But
because you're doing
2 months
in the morning, trying to go too low because someone told you had to get parallel for it to count, and you're just trying to get strong, so you shouldn't be going to parallel.
Well, what happened is I was doing a bunch of reps with lightweight. I got too tired, and my form ended up falling forward and then pushing up, and then I pulled something in my lower back. So I haven't really been squatting for the last month. I haven't really been deadlifting, but I went from I don't do pull-ups, no. I'm fucking 300. My current weight is 330 pounds. I'm not
100 pounds around your waist and just do a hang. You don't even have to do a pull-up. It's like that traction. I mean, that's the best I found for lower back strains from pulling too hard.
But so 2 months ago I started at PR 275, and the last working set I did was a 6x6 with 295. And I've done 315 for a couple of reps, and I'm jumping up to 315 for a working set. And in about a week or so, I'm going to go for another PR. I'm going to try and do 365. But my goal right now is to get my bench press to 405 by the end of the year.
I mean, do you think benching and arm wrestling? I feel like they're like.
I'm going to tell you right now, yes, 100% yes. I'll tell you right now, something about bench pressing, man. Like when you have 315 pounds on your body and you're doing it for reps, like when I first started bench pressing, I was doing like 205 for a working set, and that was 2 months ago. And now I'm doing 295 for a working set, and just your nervous system, like priming your nervous system to just handle that kind of weight. It's definitely like gone to the table, because when I went to do my super match and the last time I pulled my team captain,
Meredith,
and my team captain was like, dude, you're fucking way stronger, bro. Like, I don't know what you've been doing. Maybe it's the bench press, because I haven't been doing nothing else besides bench press. But like, yeah, I think the bench press is working quite well.
I touched 500 pounds doing one arm scapular tucks on the cable pull down the other day.
I don't even know what the fuck that is, but okay.
Is the scapular tuck is like, you know, when you like relax your arm in the pull-up position and it goes higher up? The scapular tuck is the movement where you put your shoulder back into the position where your scapula is tucked. You know?
Yeah.
And
the one thing I will say is my deadlift, and I think squat is going to be my best lift once I get like comfortable with it and get over this injury I had. And like when I first started bench pressing, my working weight was 205. But like when I deadlifted, I pulled 455 and 405 easily. And I think my working rate right now, if I wasn't injured in my glute, would probably be like 315 on the deadlift. So in like a couple more weeks, I'm going to start deadlifting again and like slowly get back into squatting. But like my bench press, my upper body's definitely been like my weaker part of my body. So to see my bench press go from like a working set of 205 to a working set of 295, and I'm about to jump up to 315. Dude, when I start deadlifting, I have no doubt that it will do the same thing. Like
I just think it'd be better for you in the long run if you did like some kind of row or pull-up accessory like in between your bench press sets.
You know, I like
what
what
do you
you're.
guys think? What do you think MG bench presses?
Who's MG?
She probably
She
bench
went away.
presses
You guys scared her.
D's.
Oh.
You guys scared her, and she ran. Now she's off.
So the one thing I will say.
What's up, MG?
The one thing I will say about accessory movements is this. Why would I do accessory movements when I have plenty of muscle for my nervous system to hit on? Like, since listen. So since training powerlifting, I have just been getting stronger with better form. Like, the more I get comfortable, the stronger I get, and I haven't plateaued, and the weight just keeps going up and up. So I'm kind of just waiting for myself to, like, plateau, and then I'll start doing accessory movements, and then I'll start doing other kind of training methods. But for right now, just getting comfortable with the weight and perfecting my form is more than enough to keep the weight going up and up and up. I'm gonna go for 365 here in like probably a week and a half, 2 weeks, and that has everything to do with just form. Like, I haven't gained any muscle or anything. I just been getting like
nothing to do with
comfortable.
36 reps at 300.
You should talk to Greg Brown about being an Arnold's qualifier out there in Arizona.
I did. I think we have. Well, I'm obviously me and Greg are teammates. We're in the same chat. So yeah,
You should run it by him, dude.
I think we're already talking about it right now in the chat. And when and where is it?
Arnold's is Ohio, and it's in the beginning of March.
Interesting.
So Jim,
okay, I'll give him a.
Jim, do you know anything about joint compression and cartilage degradation, and how joints can like slowly change in shape depending on their range of motion and the stresses applied regularly? You know all that, right?
All I know right now is my tendon and joint stability is stronger than my actual muscle, because
all right,
no matter how much weight I lift, I do not shake, and I'm perfectly still, and I have really good like stability.
So the point I've been trying to make this whole time is the compression of your joints during the bench press versus like a row movement or a pull-up accessory. I mean, personally, I prefer that kind of movement because it's decompressing the joints. So like I can go as heavy as I want with a pull exercise, and I don't have to worry about degradation of cartilage in my joints. Whereas, if I max out my bench,
I don't know if you guys ever heard of like John Meadows, the Mountain Dog. I was listening to him one day, and he's like, "Don't play your cards all at once, right? If the weight is going up and you're new to the sport, just keep working on your form and keep doing clean form the best you can, learning the movement and sport the best you can." And right now, I'm like really new to powerlifting, so I'm just learning form and learning how to lift properly, and the weight keeps going up and up. I have yet to plateau yet. So when I plateau and I feel like my form is golden, then yeah, I'll start doing accessory movements if need be to keep the weight up. But the weight is going up, so I'm not really too concerned about that quite yet.
Well, I mean, I'm just talking long term, bro. I mean, that's the whole point: compression versus decompression of the joint and the values those have over time. That's the only point I made or was intending to make.
Yeah. The one thing I will say is bench press will make you a better arm wrestler, but not vice versa. So right before my super match, I was at a 6x6 with 295, and I could rep 315 like 3-4 times like pretty easily. But currently right now, I went to the gym, and the most I could lift was 275, and I did like a 4x4, and my ligaments and tendons and my arms just caught on fire. So it's been like a week. I think I need another week to like get back to even the weight I was lifting, but I'll tell you right now, bench pressing will make you a better arm wrestler, but arm wrestling will fuck up your bench like big time. Cause yeah, I get back on the bench and I'm just like, oh, dude, that shit hurts. Bad. But I'm stepping away from arm wrestling just a little bit because I want to try out for powerlifting. So instead of practicing once a week, I'm going to start doing it like once a month and really prioritize powerlifting. Because I feel like, well, quite honestly, man, I'm a natural, man. Nothing against people that take steroids. I'm just not one of them. And when I went to Arizona State and competed at the super heavyweight level, those guys dwarfed me, dude. Those guys were just so fucking huge, man. They're so huge. And they're so strong. And it's just like, I just kind of like, that fire I had inside of me for arm wrestling, kind of like, I'm just like, damn, dude, I'd rather powerlift than compete against people who are being tested, because here in Tucson, there's a lot of powerlifting events, and a lot of them are tested, and I'm just like, damn, dude, I'd rather like powerlift against naturals than arm wrestle against people on roids, man, because god damn, dude, those people at the Arizona State, they're so fucking big, dude. They're just, I mean, dude, I'm fucking big, and I was dwarfed, man. Like, those guys were just so massive. And you can feel, man, when you grip up with someone, and they're just juiced to the gills, you can feel it. You can tell. I was like, damn, dog. Yeah. So, powerlifting seems to be good right now, and they have a lot of tested events. I'm going to continue arm wrestling, but fuck, man. I heard Tim Talmadge. Well, I heard Tim Talmadge, and he was like, if you don't want to pull against people that are on steroids, pull in a tested event. And I'm like, where the fuck are there tested events? Like, there are no tested events for arm wrestling. Like, what are you talking about? You know? So that's the only thing I'm thinking of right now is like, I don't plan on taking steroids, and arm wrestling seems to be something I'm not that great at, you know? I thought I would have been better at arm wrestling, but I'm just not that great of an arm wrestler, I guess. I'm only 5'7", too, so, you know, as a super heavyweight, I'm pulling people that are like, almost, like, I'm pulling people that are just massive, you know? I'm not giving up on arm wrestling. I just think I'll be a better powerlifter. And by the end of this year, I'm gonna do 405. Like, I'm doing 405 by the end of this year, dude. I'm starting to promise you that. And I'm gonna start deadlifting and squatting again. And I think my squat's gonna be my best lift eventually. But yeah, anyways. So Ryan, what's up, man? How you feeling, dog? How you feeling?
Still in a lot of pain in my shoulder.
That fucking sucks.
I mean, it's better during the day, but like being on the computer at night like this, and my arm up on the computer, like it's killing my shoulder.
Yeah, man. Damn, that fucking sucks, bro. I'm surprised I've never blown a muscle off the bicep or broken a bone, or I've never been seriously injured, which is funny because I'm not gonna lie, dude. Like, I'm gonna practice, I'll be fucked up, and I'll just be pulling in bad positions, yelling at people to break my arm, like the whole nine. I'm just like, the next day I'll just be in the worst pain, and I don't know how I haven't fucked myself up yet, and now I'm kind of starting to think maybe I should calm down because I really want to try this powerlifting thing. And arm wrestling, like I said, like bench pressing does help you be a better arm wrestler, but not vice versa. Definitely not vice versa. My fucking tendons hurt so bad right now.
Yeah. Yeah, my shoulder it just feels like super fatigued when I'm typing for a while. Like I got to take a break.
Yeah, for sure. You take collagen?
Yep.
Fuck yeah. There you go. Dude, I take collagen. I was taking creatine, but I don't know. I ran out of it and just stopped taking it. But I take collagen. I put collagen in my coffee every night, and I can visibly see a difference in my hair. Like, I was balding pretty good. Like, I was balding like a motherfucker, and my hairline seems to have came back.
From the
like,
collagen? Damn.
You're hallucinating. Your hair's never going to come back.
Hey, Wood, why don't you go fuck your mother for a second, all right?
Wood.
Dude, you've been talking
Anyways.
nonstop for the past 15 minutes, and it's all been depressing and sad. You've been all morose and shit, just going on and on with the morose ass
Why don't you go find a nice tall bridge over a shallow river and take a header, all right? But anyways, what I was saying is, yeah, I've been taking collagen, but I also stopped drinking heavily. Like, there was a day in my life where I was drinking, like, super strong, and my beard went gray, and my hairline went back, and I quit drinking so much, and I think that might have something to do with it.
It's like one of those free range cats. It always comes back, you know. Sometimes the hairline goes away, sometimes it's there, sometimes it's not.
All I know is when I was drinking super heavily, my hairline was receding, and now my hairline's coming back, and my beard was gray, and it's not gray anymore. So, but I think some of it has to do with collagen, man. Like, I've been taking collagen and protein, and I don't know, dude, my hairline gets better and better every day.
Do you dye your hair?
No, I don't fucking smoke pole like you, Andrew. What the fuck? Dye my hair.
You're talking about your hair color, man. I'm just wondering if you dye your hair.
No, I don't dye my hair.
I dye my
Dyeing your hair is like hella bad for it too.
Yeah, bro. I had like fucking full on blonde hair before I got my hair dyed.
I dye my pubes and then I shave them off.
Then you,
I don't know why.
I got my hair dyed when I was like 4 years old, and the hair dye got left on my scalp and shit. It fucked up my roots. It was like permanent hair dye.
How come you guys aren't letting MG talk?
Who the fuck is MG? Like, I don't even know who that is.
I don't know.
She's a sexy lady with the
listening.
big titties, dude. And she'll do a titty dance for you if you're nice to her.
Well, then I guess
MG, are you listening to this bullshit?
Dude, she's the coolest. I'm telling you.
She is the coolest.
I can't even see the chat right now. So, anyways, Mr. Wood, what have you been up to besides sitting in your dungeon? Why is it so dark where you're at? Like, where are you just
I'm
sitting
still
in
riding
your
a high
garage?
from lifting all that weight the other day. I mean, that was pretty wild. I felt like a fucking teenager.
What did you do?
I already told you, bro.
I
I'll
was
be right back. I'm gonna go
listening.
get a cereal. I'll be right back.
Oh,
You
God
would.
damn it, my fucking pen died.
You would. MG, talk to us. Dave Shell's fully erect.
You guys
Oh,
want
is MG really?
MG, what's going on? I didn't think you'd come back after last time.
Well,
What happened
after
last time?
I got trolled by David. David, I
Oh,
know
did
you're
you?
on here.
Did you tell him? Did you tell him to fuck off?
David Shell? There's David Shoemage.
Although,
David.
Dave Cotlow. MG, I know. I was talking to Jody Williams on the phone earlier, and he was. And actually, you called him while I was on the phone with him. He wants to get some tickets through you.
I can definitely do tickets. That's something I can do.
Hey,
I apologize if I'm taking over your portion of the
no,
whatever.
not at all.
Say I apologize, Daddy, or it doesn't count.
shut the fuck up, Wood. God damn it.
Say it.
Jeez.
Or it doesn't count. You need to show true humility and prove that your apology is sincere. So you got to say, "I'm sorry, Daddy."
Oh yeah, you wanted the best, you got the best. So
there we go.
Yeah. So let's get the best out of you and say, I'm sorry, Daddy.
Yeet.
Can you change into a work shirt?
Absolutely not, because you guys got me in so much trouble.
Did you get in trouble? At work or with Dave Cotlow?
I got lots of trouble.
Did you give him a blowjob?
No, I didn't do anything actually. Because
How much trouble?
That David guy is fucking weird.
What did your work say? Did they say stop going on these crazy podcasts?
Wouldn't know. Everyone's
No, that David guy sent me a message saying something about Paul Talley going live and come on the show, and I sent Paul Talley a message. I'm like, do you know who the fuck this is and what's going on? And he was like, no, I'm not having a show tonight. And I was like, yeah, okay. So I ended up blocking that David guy because he's fucking weird, man. He's like
he's
sending
an
me
instigator,
messages.
man. He'll stir the pot if you let him. He presents himself very nicely. So you got to be careful because his
I
intention.
don't know,
Really
he's sending me messages, and I was just like, dude, I don't fucking know you, man.
David gets entertainment out of disturbances or dysfunction. The way to describe David is he is a lolcow farmer, and if you can look up lolcow, Brian, real quick, so that the viewers can see what the definition of lolcow is. There's a whole subsect of arm wrestlers, and they're all lolcow farmers. They hang out in a few group chats, and they instigate and they conspire to instigate dysfunction and the other DIS words.
A lol cow is a cow you milk for lulls, someone who can get baited into raging or embarrassing themselves, etc.
No, he kept sending me links to stuff, and I was like, dude, I don't even fucking know you, man. Like, I ended up just blocking him, but I was like, why the fuck is this guy sending me links to shit I don't want to do?
Well, what's the most efficient and most consistent way to get that dysfunction out of someone other than to emotionally hurt them? And that's the concerning part, because if you're sinister enough to be efficient like that, you can be very, very damaging to people.
MG's on the computer looking for a new job because she got fired.
Why? What did you get fired for? Did I miss something last show? I was on here for like a minute.
She was on our last show, and well, let's just say we saw a lot more of her than we're seeing right now.
Oh yeah, she was showing off.
I'm just kidding.
Man.
She
was showing off.
I'm totally kidding.
I am 100% pure in intent.
She's actually Amish. She's a Puritan.
Yeah,
I'm not a Puritan, and there's no such thing as
let me tell you.
soaking and whatever else.
Mennonite. Aren't you Mennonite?
Oh my God.
You know what's funny is I have the Mormons stop by here, and whenever the Mormons stop by, I'll have them arm wrestle.
Oh, careful! She's Mormon, dude.
What? I like the Mormons. You know why? Because
don't even say it. Don't go there.
Drew wants to know what soaking is.
I like
soaking is when you break a car window and say the dog is dying. The dog is dying. And then the guy goes, "Hey man,
I don't have a dog.
I was getting a sandwich and you broke my window." And you're like, "I don't give a shit." And then you look around and the whole parking lot's in the shade because the sun has started to set, and like the cold air that was inside the SUV when it was running is still lingering. And for those few years or those few minutes, that fat man went to go get his cold cut sandwich, and you broke his window and challenged that fat man to a fight while he held his little baby dog.
MG's Muslim.
Posted that on the internet, you crazy fuck. Holy shit.
Wood, are you okay?
Have you guys seen the video Drew posted?
I got attacked by a 2-year spitball once.
Bro, I'm telling you right now that this
actually it wasn't 2 years.
Entire parking lot.
It was a heroin junkie.
Drew posted.
You guys are staring MG.
And the window to the car is broken, but the dog's still in the car. Okay, so you're telling me that the shade of the sun it appeared after you broke the window? That's how fast that because I watched a 5-minute video and I never saw the angle of the shade change that was covering the entire little strip mall area that was in the fucking shade where the broken window is. You crazy fuck. You should delete that video. I would never posted that video if I was you. You crazy fuck.
Yeah, I got attacked by a junkie spit bull because I was walking into QFC and all of a sudden I hear whop, 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 like this car bouncing off the red ring there, and I look over and this fucking junkie was slumped over his steering wheel and his foot was on the gas pedal. His window was slightly down, so I came up to the window and I started smacking the dude in the face, like telling him to let off the gas of his car and wake up, which he did not. So I unlocked the car door, opened it, and I grabbed the dude and yanked him out, and his fucking pit bull jumped out and grabbed me right on the fucking forearm, dude. And so he like literally came to as I'm fucking up his dog, and then next thing you know, he came at me trying to like protect his dog, and well, it didn't end well for either of them, but everybody in the parking lot was telling me to grab his keys and call the cops. And I just looked at the dude like, here's $20. Put gas in your car. Get the fuck out of here. And if I ever see you again, I'm going to fuck you up another time. And, well, he left. But that was like, man, that was good. It was just weird. I don't know. This dude had a pit bull in the back, but he was slumped over his steering wheel with his foot like planted firmly on the gas. And I just ripped him out of his car, turned it off, and his dog attacked me. He ended up biting me on the forearm, but I just jammed my thumb in his fucking eye. And then...
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
You saved a dog and a human's life. Is that how I'm understanding?
Yeah, good job, dude. You
potentially, but
no good deed goes unpunished.
Potentially, but these Karens came up to me and they're like trying to get in the business, and the guy was like, I used to be a heroin addict, like I know how it is to be in the shit, and I had mercy on this guy. But like after we got his dog back in the car, I had a conversation with him. I'm like, hey, look, man, I don't know what the fuck you're going through, but you're not gonna go through it in my town. So I see your car's out of gas, I'm gonna give you $20, and we're just never gonna see each other again. And then the two ladies, like, calling the cops were, like, yelling at me for letting him go. And I'm like, he's not coming back. I promise you this. Like, I don't know. Maybe that was a bad thing to do, but
no.
I don't know. I just hate cops,
it means
man.
You have a soul.
I just don't like fucking cops, that's all.
I agree with you. And my brother's a police chief.
Yeah.
I would have put my penis on his lips.
I put my hands in my pockets in front of the cops, and they got scared, so they turned around and walked away. They decided they didn't want to hear my crazy story anymore.
Yeah.
One time I asked a cop what time it was before I told him something, and once he told me what time it was, he sped off.
Dude, I was drunk one time, and I jumped a cop's house to him, was rear-ending me, and I didn't get too close to him because they didn't want me to, like, realize I was drunk or smell my breath, but it was a dark, foggy night, and it was like 5:30, and it was like almost summertime, so it was kind of like, it's not getting dark till 9 o'clock, but it was like 5:30, dark and cloudy, and the front end of the cop cars are black, right? And this guy didn't have his fucking lights on, and so I pull out into a 2-lane highway, which is a 50-mile-an-hour 2-lane highway. I pull out because I look left, look right. I see headlights coming, but I don't see headlights coming, towards me in the lane that I need to get in. So I'm like, okay, there's a little car coming. I get in the lane, I start taking off. Next thing you know, this black SUV with no headlights is like right behind me and almost rear ends me. So I see him pull into the gas station.
Are they dead? Are they dead?
I see the cop pull into the gas station, so I turn around.
Oh my
God!
God.
The gas station, and I've been drinking. And I'm like, okay, don't I'd been drinking, so I didn't want to like cause too much of a scene. But I came back from that gas station. I told that cop, I'm like, hey, dude, it's fucking dark. It's raining. Your fucking vehicle is black, and you have no headlights on. You almost ran me the fuck over, dude. Like, you need to turn your fucking headlights on, bro. And the cop's like, oh, my bad. I didn't realize my headlights went on. I was like, well, fucking turn them on, dude, because you almost fucking killed me, you piece of shit. And then all of a sudden, like, I just, like, walked away because I knew if the situation escalated, I'd be arrested for drinking and driving because I was wasted. But, dude, that cop almost fucking ran me over because he didn't have his goddamn headlights on. I couldn't see him.
I can think of 3 different instances, and 2 of them.
It's probably stupid of me to like turn around and talk shit to him, though.
It's fucking crazy, dude. 3 different times, and 2 of them are malicious. I had one cop. I've actually dealt with this guy a few different times, and I was in my squid gear, you know, flip flops, a t-shirt, shorts on my bike, going out for a cruise down a carving road, and I was coming up to a 4-way stop at the highway. And this cop tried to rear end me, and I had to change lanes. And he was like mad dogging me with one arm hanging out the door of his fucking squad car, telling me you got to be careful.
Now I just bitched this guy up for not having his headlights on, but I never, like, at all times I kept about a 30-foot distance. Like I was about 30 feet from him, and I'm like, hey, by the way, you almost rear-ended me because I can't see your fucking headlights, and it's dark and rainy. And he apologized to me, and I left. But it's like, yeah, I was pretty fucking drunk when that incident happened. Otherwise, it probably would have been more of a dick. But yeah, dude, it's like, turn your fucking headlights on so I can see you, bro. Like, you're going 55 miles an hour down a 2-lane highway without your lights on a cloud.